Good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Edwards with the Grand River Dam Authority, and I want to welcome you to our second day of second study season results. I have a few housekeeping rules for us. The meeting's being recorded. Please mute your lines. We'll do much like we did yesterday. We'll pause for questions and answers at appropriate times throughout each presentation. Here again today, we have a lot of information to present. So we're going to try to do that as expeditiously as possible. During the question and answering segments, utilize the raise hand feature on your WebEx app. That worked well yesterday. And then if for some reason you have audio issues, please feel free to use the chat feature. Again, we are want the participants to have a great dialogue, specifically on the technical issues that are before us, and we encourage that during the question and answering session. Lunch will be between 12:30 and 1:30, and then again, if we finish early, we will go on to the next agenda item. Purpose of the meeting is just to describe the process for GRDA's progress in implementing its relicensing study plan from the two determinations, the first being on February the 24th, 2022, and then the second being on May the 27th of 2022, which we're going to leave out this morning with the sedimentation study plan. The results for each study during the study season will be presented. GRDA will file a meeting summary on October the 30th of 2022. The meeting summary will include only the meeting agenda and presentations. All stakeholders' comments must be submitted in writing, and the deadline for filing all written comments and questions is November the 29th of 2022. Here again, this is where we're at on the schedule. This is the USR meeting. We have the 2 dates previously mentioned for filing summaries and disagreements, and then we will respond to those disagreements on the 29th of January. We will file the draft license application on January the 1st of 2023. The Commission will have the resolutions of disagreements filed by January the 28th of 2023. And then comments on GRDA's draft license application will be due by April the 1st of 2023, with our filing of the final license application due May the 31st. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Brent Teskey. I am with Anchor QEA, and I am here today with Dr. Robert Simons from Simons & Associates. We'll be presenting the sedimentation study today. Start with the presentation outline. We'll go over the sedimentation study objectives, the first determination, our sedimentation study tasks for this final study season, and then our conclusions at the very end. So the sedimentation study objectives. Number one, we wanted to determine the potential effect of project operations on sediment transport, erosion, and deposition in the lower reaches of tributaries to Grand Lake upstream of Pensacola Dam. And number two, provide an understanding of sediment transport processes and patterns upstream of Grand Lake on the Neosho, Spring, and Elk Rivers, as well as on Tar Creek. In the FERC determination, this is, as we talked about just a little while ago, the May 2022 determination. FERC recommended the following modifications to our updated study plan, which was number one, develop the sediment transport model down to River Mile 100. We had initially proposed to River Mile 105. And then a clarification was to evaluate impacts to the upstream water levels after 50 years of sediment transport model predictions using the 1D upstream hydraulic model during the July 2007 4-year event and the synthetic 100-year flow events for various starting water surface elevations. Also, the Commission acknowledged our planned field work and STM improvements proposed in that updated study plan. GRDA completed FERC's requested modifications by developing the STM down to River Mile 100, and our future predicted geometries were evaluated in the 1D UHM for the specified events and starting reservoir water levels. Moving to sedimentation study tasks. On the left, you can see the work that was completed during the first study season. We will be focusing on the items on the right-hand side of your screen. These are what we completed or revised for the final study season. So that included subsurface investigations on the delta feature, analysis of the historical bathymetry, qualitative and quantitative analyses, STM refinement and sediment calibration, a 50-year future simulation and sensitivity analysis, and then analysis of the future sedimentation impacts. So starting with our subsurface investigations, this was presented previously in our January conference. We talked about the sub-bottom profiling efforts. The sub-bottom profiler is very similar to a bathymetric surveying system. A sonar pulse is sent to the bottom and it reflects and is read as depth. With a sub-bottom profiler, we have a little bit higher power on those sonar pulses, so we're able to penetrate soft bed materials and evaluate sediment layer thicknesses. We also then supplemented that with vibrocore sampling. The vibrocore is that large metal object, try to point it out here on the screen, that is attached to the top of the sediment core tube, weighs about 300 pounds and shakes to help penetrate sediment and collect a core sample in that bed. It helps us evaluate layer thickness measurements, and we can then also use that sediment for grain size distributions. We targeted areas of your reported deposition based on historical bathymetry and topography records. And then basically the process was to use the sub-bottom profiler data and then verify that with our vibrocore sampling. Our field crew collected 9 sub-bottom profiler transects along the Neosho River, ranging from River Mile 103.72 at Hickory Point up to 125.56, which is roughly 1 mile downstream of Connors Bridge. We then collected vibrocore samples at the start locations to help verify that measurements. This is an example of one of the waterfalls from the sub-bottom profiling data. In this reading, we can see a thin layer of soft material. This is roughly 2 to 3 feet thick. It is highlighted in blue here. That is a layer transition in this orangish yellow color. Those are what are called multiples. It is basically just the sonar pulse bouncing off the bed, returning to the receiver, and then going back to the bed and just ricocheting back and forth. So those are not actual layer transitions. We also collected then 24 core samples. These ranged from 1.5 to 11 feet in thickness throughout the area of the delta feature. And our grain size analysis of those samples indicated 89% silt and clay material. We also found that the material was typically firmer as we moved lower in the cores, which is what we would expect as it compresses over time and consolidates. And we found limited air bubbles and biota near some of the surfaces of these samples. In addition to the grain size analysis, with the 22 cores, we sent 2 in for cesium-137 dating. The basic process on that, or the basic concept here, is that cesium-137 is not a naturally occurring isotope. It is a product of nuclear fission. That means it first appeared in approximately 1945, and then levels in the atmosphere increased as a result of atmospheric nuclear testing until a test ban treaty in approximately 1963, and then levels have decreased since then. Dating uses the relative concentration of cesium-137 in the core sample. We see that sediment deposited before 1945 has no detectable cesium-137. A peak concentration occurs at approximately the 1963 or 64 layer, and then our test can help evaluate how far down that is and estimate the range of deposition. So you see here, this would be approximately 1945 in this hypothetical sample. This area would be 1963 or so, and then we can evaluate how much is deposited with this being modern day. One caveat with this, though, is that it must be an area of continual deposition. If you constantly have sediment mixing, or if you have sediment depositing at one time and then washing further away, we can't actually evaluate the overall deposition rates or anything else like that. The reason I bring this up is because we had a USGS study that was published in 2009 by Yurchek and Becker, where they collected 5 cores within Grand Lake. We are going to focus on GL1, which is right here, and GL2, which is down by the Elk River confluence. These were approximately 5.5 and 7.5 feet in thickness. And when they did the analysis, they found a peak in cesium-137 levels in GL2, which you can see here labeled as the 1963-64 horizon. And they did not find that in site GL1. Their quote from that article was that substantial post-depositional disturbance, including possible removal of the bottom sediment, was indicated for GL1, and any trends in the constituent deposition may not be meaningful. It is therefore representative of only post-1963 and 64 deposition, and they said that it is shallow and may be disturbed by lake level fluctuations and wind-induced turbulence. Their overall conclusion was that it is a non-continuously depositional environment, but we also felt that there's a chance that these may have been the result of insufficient coring depth. So GRDA repeated the sampling efforts near site GL1, which again is at river mile 113.2. We're able to collect 2 core samples of approximately 1 mile downstream that were roughly 10 feet in thickness. Those are cores 5.1-1 and 5.2-1. We did the cesium analysis on that and found similar results. There is no obvious peak in the cesium-137 activity, so we reached the same conclusions as the USGS. This area is regularly disturbed. It is not a continuously depositional environment, and it is consistent with typical delta feature evolution patterns as described by Benoni and others. With that, I will open it up for any questions before we move to the historical analysis of bacteriometry.
I don't see any questions, but give me just a minute because I've got to chat that there's a
We do have
strong
to.
echo.
We do have 2 questions.
Oh, okay.
Walker and Bob have their hands up.
Okay. Bob, are you still getting the echo? Because I'm not getting feedback from anybody else. I don't know if it's on your end or.
No, whatever was causing it went away some minutes after I sent you the message, so thank you for that.
Okay, great. Walker, we'll go ahead and start with your questions.
Sure. So, this relates to something that's not in the study, so I just thought I would bring it up at the first Q&A session. But, the city requested a contaminated sediment transport study and has renewed that request a year ago. And so I just wanted to ask you folks on the sedimentation team, just to, level set, are you aware of that request and FERC's statement that it was going to wait to see the results from the H&H and sedimentation studies to make a decision on that study plan?
Is this the study plan that, if I remember correctly, FERC has denied twice?
No, it's a FERC decision. If it would be helpful, I can find a quote.
If I remember correctly, in the FERC study modification, I can't remember what the D stands for off the top of my head for some reason. Yes. In that, they said that our cesium analysis was sufficient and that there is no further requirement for any metals testing or any other contaminated sediment.
Yeah, that's not what I was referring to. So most recently in this February's study modification determination, this is page C1 and C2 if you're going to, look it up later. But this was about the city's separate contaminated sediment transport study request. And in the discussion, FERC said, As discussed in the approved study plan, the results of the H&H and sedimentation studies are necessary to evaluate the potential for project operation to affect flooding, peak flows, and sediment transport in the project headwaters. That's discussing the plans for those two studies, which yours and the one we discussed yesterday. Then they continue. To date, these studies are incomplete and require modification as recommended in this study modification determination. Until those studies, including the modifications recommended in this SMD, are completed, it remains premature to make a determination on the need for the city's requested contaminated sediment transport study. Stakeholders will have the opportunity to request additional studies once GRDA has filed its USR. Comments on the USR and requests for additional studies will be due in October 2022. So that's what I'm talking about. And I was asking, are you aware that FERC has said it has deferred determination on that study request pending the results of your study?
Yes, we're aware that FERC wrote that in the, I believe that was a February determination.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to repeat that in the May determination, they explicitly said that there was no need for further sampling and evaluation of contaminated sediment. And as you've specified already, that is outside the bounds of this particular study.
Is it your understanding that the contaminated sediment transport study request from the city is about sampling for contaminated sediment?
Walker,
Because that's not my understanding. No.
Yeah,
Okay,
Walker.
go ahead, Chuck. What have you got?
yeah, if the city would like to renew its request for the sediment transport study, I think that FERC's letter makes it clear that you need to do that in your written comments.
That's
I
fair,
think
Chuck,
that's
but the
Yeah, and I think that we need to move on. We're not prepared to talk about a study request that the city might submit to FERC. That's not about what we're reporting out on the USR.
Well, actually, that gets to my question about this study, which is I didn't see anything in here that seems geared to inform the need for the city's requested study. And so I just
Because
wanted
we
to
were
ask
not-
if there is anything.
Yeah, we weren't required to do that. We're reporting out on
Well, that
what
wasn't my
FERC required
question.
us to do.
I mean, that's fine, but FERC did say they were going to look at this study and thinking about the request for the other. So I was just going to say, you know, hey, what would you point to in here for FERC to look at?
That's your job.
Well, I might argue we each have a role, but we certainly will do our best to fulfill ours.
Well,
Anyway, It
okay.
doesn't sound like there's anything, so that's the answer to my question. Thank you.
Okay. Bob, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, thank you. So Brent, just a few detailist questions on your sub-bottom study. The first is you used the sub-bottom profiler and you created the waterfall plots and so on and so forth. But as I understand it from your report, you ultimately decided that the data from that effort wasn't very useful and it's not really used in any of your analysis or opinions. Is that correct? Or sorry, I should say conclusions.
I think that's a fair characterization because our VibraCore sampling showed otherwise, and we trusted that field verification.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now, let me ask some questions about your VibraCore sampling. Have you compared the elevations of those core samples, the top and bottom elevations, with any of the either modern topography or the 1940s topography to evaluate whether you really are reaching down far enough to see the extent of the delta deposits?
So this ends up being somewhat of a moot point. Our analyses here show that even the literature review says that the delta feature is going to evolve over time and extend further downstream. And this area is likely not a continuously depositional area. We saw that exact same conclusion that we'll talk about again a little bit further down the road here with the quantitative analysis, and we found the same result with our STM results, that all of this area is continually in motion. It's relatively shallow at that location, and we don't have any reason to disregard the USGS results.
Okay, so when you say relatively shallow, you mean the flow depth or the deposits?
The water depth in that area is shallow enough that it is likely influenced by large flow events, by wind-induced turbulence, and other characteristics in that area.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, then you all feel that that delta sort of comes and goes depending on, I suppose, reservoir levels and flows in river and so on. But it's the hump that we see in the profile now is not really a permanent feature that it fluctuates up and down.
We are saying that the delta feature is in dynamic equilibrium. It adjusts periodically depending on the magnitude of flow events going through the system. And that's, yeah, I mean, again, that's pretty standard function of delta reservoir features. Benoni is just one of many sources that I believe we refer to in our USR report that finds similar findings. You typically have the sediment deposit on the top of it, and when you have a larger flow event, it washes it further downstream and it deposits on that downstream slope of the delta feature. And that's what we think is happening here based on not only that literature review, but also the quantitative analysis and the STM results.
Right. And that's based on your assumptions about the character of the sediment that's in transport in the reach. The size gradation.
The characteristics of the sediment that's in transport, yes, but again, this is a textbook delta feature evolution pattern, that this moves up and down very slightly over time depending on inflow events, and then washes downstream as we get those larger flows.
Yes, well, I agree. You can paint it with a broad brush and say that's how deltas behave, but the details, particularly with respect to the questions that we're worried about, can vary from that sort of broad brush picture of Benoni. So I'll get into the details of why I'm asking that question as we move through the analysis. You've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Walker, you still have your hand raised. Do you have another question, or is that from earlier?
Yeah, I do. I have a quick follow-up to the previous one. So FERC, in its scoping document 2, page 23, if anybody wants to find it later, said that the NEPA element for geology and soils of FERC's analysis would look at the effects of project operations on sedimentation, including the transport and subsequent deposition of potentially contaminated sediment. And so related to my previous question, I wondered if there's anything in this study that you would point to inform FERC's analysis of transport and deposition of potentially contaminated sediments.
Well, I'll let our experts speak to that, but I would think that, yes, there's plenty for us to rely on in demonstrating that the project operations don't have an effect on sediment transport. I think that's the whole point of our study.
If it's possible, I would love to hear anything the technical folks have to say as well.
Well, this is Chris Bain from West Consultants. I actually had some additional insight to Bob's question. So I'll wait till that is available in terms of that, because I don't want to go back while you're trying to get an answer to your question.
Yeah, as far as...
Thank you on both counts.
Sure. As far as any specific thing, I mean, our entire study was built around looking at sediment transport. I'm not sure what specific things you're looking for. And you have all of the model files, you have pretty much all of the information that we do at this point. I'm not sure what exactly you're asking me for.
Yeah, and I would add that the discussion that we had yesterday, Walker, is also very indicative of how GRDA is likely to respond to a request for FERC to require a sediment transport or a contaminated sediment transport study at this point, relative to the project's contribution to flooding and the amount of the natural floods that are the cause of floods that come out of bank. But again, happy to have any of our experts weigh in on this. I think what you're going to hear is you're asking a very broad question.
Well, and intentionally so, but, to give you the best opportunity, if there's anything particular, you all would point to. And certainly we will point to what we think is important, at the right point in the process.
And that's what the
But
process
thank you for the
is
follow-up.
That's right.
Very good. Thanks.
All right, this is Chris Boehner with West Consultants, and I was just trying to add some additional information to Bob, and I didn't answer it early because I had to look it up on a spreadsheet. I participate in doing some QA/QC and doing some additional stuff on the side, and one of the things I did do for the said flume sites within the Delta, I did look at changes from 2009 to 2019. I didn't consider 1940 because I don't think the depths are bigger, but changes, back to your question, Bob, or answer to your question is on the order of 2 to 6 feet during that time frame.
You're, just to clarify, you're saying that when you say changes, that could be either direction. Are you saying that there was 2 to 6 feet of additional deposition, or?
2 feet of deposition. Yeah,
2
2 feet of deposition.
2 to 6
Yeah.
feet of deposition between.
At the various I had 4 sites within the Delta location, and within those sites, it varies from 2 to 6 feet of deposition from that time frame.
And those were on the top set of the delta, is that right?
Yeah, it's within the reach from Spring River down to Elk River confluences, that reach.
Okay, that's an interesting result. Does that suggest to you that reach is in dynamic equilibrium then?
Well, I mean, that's just during that time frame. It probably has reached a dynamic equilibrium now, yes.
As of 2019. So
Correct.
we get to 2019, it's done growing. But the 10 years before that, it grew by 2 to 6 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's very interesting. I'm not sure I buy into your conclusion from that, but I thank you very much for the information.
Well, the conclusion wasn't made just from analyzing this data set. It was from analyzing everything.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand that. And it's a very interesting observation. Thank you for that.
All right.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised or any Q&A, so you may proceed.
All right. Looking at our historical bathymetry, we had several data sets that we were working with. We had a circa 1940 topographic map collection, as well as some cross-section surveys from that same time frame. On the right-hand side, you can see our 1938, I believe this was an Army Corps of Engineers survey map. These are 5-foot contours, especially in areas where we have steep banks or systems like that. It gets very difficult to read them. They are relatively low quality scans. Some of the contour lines are very difficult where there are labels to read those as well. And then on the left, you can see a cross-sectional survey. I believe this was at some point on the Neosho River. I can't remember for sure. It's very difficult to read. Some of the scaling is inconsistent. So to highlight what we are working with here, this is in red, that cross-sectional profile, or excuse me, cross-sectional station elevation data. We also have the 1998 real estate adequacy studies. There were surveys performed as part of that. They covered the areas shown here in blue. As you can see, this is from River Mile 120.1 and going north on the Spring and Neosho. We also had the 2009 Oklahoma Water Resources Board survey of Grand Lake that extended up to approximately Twin Bridges. This one covered the entire Grand Lake area with around 700,000 data points. And then we had the USGS surveys of tributaries in Grand Lake in 2017 and 2019. So to develop our circa 1940 terrain, we digitized the available data. As I mentioned before, we had the contour maps. These were, again, 5-foot contours. Some of them were difficult to read, particularly contour elevation labels in the white maps. On the brown maps that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, there are no contour labels, and we had to make our best assessment of what those contour lines represented based on how they connected to those white maps. We traced those contour lines and then created a raster surface from that information. Then we located the cross-section information that we had. This was largely based on reported river miles. Where we had bridge cross-sections, we were able to locate it based on that as well. And then we also used raster elevations to make sure we were locating these correctly. Once we had that information, we burned the cross-section information into our raster to create that 1940s era terrain. For analyzing this historical bathymetry in the upstream areas, we compared the circa 1940 cross-sections with our more modern geometry. We selected a reference elevation, and then we evaluated the change in area from 1940 to the more modern cross-section. We then were able to calculate the volume change. We used the same methodology that RAS uses, moving halfway upstream to the next surveyed cross-section and halfway downstream to the following surveyed cross-section. In our downstream areas, we were able to use raster comparisons. Here we have an example of the 2009 to 2019 data set. We see 92,000 acre feet of total deposition, and below River Mile 100, so outside of the model domain, we see around 81,000 acre feet. In general, we saw that our upstream areas showed relatively little change, and our larger changes were below Spring River and in the reservoir. Our circa 1940s data set was poor quality for our raster comparisons. Again, this has to do a lot with the uncertainty associated with those 5-foot contours and the quality of the scanned information, as well as the issues involved with trying to geo-reference the cross-section surveys. So with that, I will pass it off to Dr. Simons, but I'm happy to answer any questions on this portion.
Yes, we have one hand raised. Go ahead, Dr. Thomas. Guy, are you speaking? We can't hear you if you're talking. All right, we'll try Bob. Bob, you have some questions?
Yes, thank you. I have just one quick question. I was a little confused, both in your description of the report and what you just described, about how you used the surveyed cross sections in developing the 1940 profile. Were they actually directly in? I'm sorry, I misspoke. The 1940 surface. Were the cross sections actually directly incorporated into the surface, or did you just create the surface from the contour map and then compare and decided it's close enough?
We created the surface from the contour map and then input the cross-section locations where they lined up on the river, and then connected those with a river centerline profile and interpolated across that area or across that distance.
So stated slightly differently, the data from the cross sections is directly considered in creating the surface. That's what I'm trying to drive at.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Di, do you want to try your question again?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay.
Just back to the cross sections, you said you got the river mile and interpolated that based on the mapping. Is that correct?
We interpolated it along the center line of the river channel in the 1940s topographic maps, yes.
Okay, it was my recollection that those cross sections, the GNR cross sections, were actually mapped on those documents. Is that your recollection?
I would have to go back and look at exactly where they are. If they were directly located, then that is where they were put in, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay,
I don't know
thank you.
what adjusted that.
Nothing else, thanks.
Okay, thank you. You're turning it to Dr. Simon.
All right.
All right, thank you. So in this analysis of sediment transport, we're using a three-level approach that was developed over a long period of time and through experience in conducting numerous sedimentation studies, and that incorporates three types of analyses, including qualitative geomorphic analysis, quantitative geomorphic and engineering analysis, and computer modeling. And what we like to see is some kind of a validation between these three levels to ensure that we have confidence in the results. So that's the approach we like to use, and that's what we followed in conducting this study. So the first component of the analysis is qualitative geomorphic analysis, where we looked at the typical geomorphic response to dam construction, which, as we've alluded to previously, is the fact that the water slows down and there is a typical formation of a delta of sediment within the reservoir, and that's a typical response that you see in the literature and we see in reservoirs all over the world. And that's exemplified by the data that's been collected, which in comparing, 1940s to 2009 to 2017 to 2019, this formation of a delta feature within Grand Lake. Now, as Brent alluded to previously, the sediment that we find in the delta consists primarily of silt and clay. And these are considered cohesive sediment. They're very fine particles. They settle slowly. And typically you get a layer of what's been called fluid mud at the surface of the deposit. And as you go deeper below the surface, you get into what they call freshly consolidated or freshly deposited sediment, and then progressively more consolidated, more dense sediment as you go deeper in the deposit. And that's exactly what we found in the core samples and in the previous samples that we discussed in the ISR of the surface cores for set flume and erosion characteristic analysis. So again, we see the surface layer of unconsolidated sediment. The consulting team that did the set flume data described a layer of fluff on the surface of these sediment deposits that they said eroded in clouds of sediment, something that's very easily disturbed and is transported on downstream. In dealing with these fine cohesive sediments, we often see density currents or turbidity currents as sediment easily erodes and is transported downstream. And this is described in the scientific literature. For example, we've cited Lumberg and Vested, where they talk about hindered settling and these high concentrations of suspended sediment near the bed, or these fluid mud layers which are easily transported downstream. And this presents a challenge in analysis because it's not the typical way that we analyze sediment, for example, when we are dealing with non-cohesive sediment. So that's the type of material we're dealing with here in Grand Lake. As part of this qualitative geomorphic analysis, we wanted to look at the various features that affect both the hydraulics and the sediment transport along this river and reservoir system. And one of those is exemplified by the construction of bridges across the river and even the reservoir in a number of locations. Here is an example of the Burlington Northern Railroad Bridge, which is located just downstream of the confluence of the Spring River and then the Osho River. And here we see an embankments on either side of the bridge that narrow the flow and constrict the flow down the river. And in this aerial view, we see that the east embankment is about 7,900 feet long, and the west embankment is about 4,700 feet long. And we see that there is a backwater effect upstream of the bridge, and we get basically this mini impoundment of water caused by the backwater effect of these bridges, where we have slower velocities and a tendency for sediment to deposit. Here's a cross-section view of the same thing, showing the embankments on either side of the relatively narrow and deeper cross-section through the bridge itself. Another feature that we see often, particularly during high flow events, are the fact that debris is trapped on these bridge piers, and that further constricts the flow and causes an upstream backwater effect. Other geomorphic features that we see along these rivers there are a number of locations where we see vertical rocky banks, and typically the bed of the river is rocky at that point, and those types of narrow cross sections with stabilized beds again cause hydraulic constrictions to the flow, and typically result in backwater effects upstream and the tendency for some sediment to deposit upstream of those areas. And the locations of those two features are shown here on this map. There are additional larger scale geologic constrictions along the river and reservoir. For example, at River Mile 107, 110, and 122, there are larger scale hill slopes that can tend to constrict the river valleys, and can affect the geomorphology of the river system and the reservoir. One additional feature that we looked at were the formation of alluvial bars, in particular tributary bars. Wherever there's a steeper river that flows into a flatter river, sediment tends to drop out at those confluence locations because of the difference in steepness from the tributary to the main stem of the river. This again is a natural geomorphic process that we commonly see in any river system. And for example, the Elk River is about 56% steeper than the Neosho River at the confluence, and the Spring River is about 7% steeper. So again, wherever these steeper streams flow into a flatter stream, we tend to see sediment deposition. This might be a point for questions if anyone has any.
Yes. Bob, would you like to proceed with your question?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Hey, Robert, it's been a long time since we've talked. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah,
Strange
I think
circumstance, though. I have a few questions for you on the on your quantitative analysis. The first, and this is just a simple question that maybe is better directed at Chris, back to the borings related to your fluff layer and so on and so forth. On your field sheets from the vibrocores, you have an elevation for the mud line. Is that elevation intended to be the top of the river bed, if you will, or the delta surface at the sampling location? And my follow-up to that is, if it is, how were those elevations determined?
I'll let Brent handle that one.
Yeah, this is Brent.
Sorry,
Those elevations are the top of the sediment bed. They were established from RTK GPS.
So they were.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Just a sort of a technical comment, Robert. You characterize the silt clay as cohesive material, and it basically what you're saying is it flocculates and settles, and that's sort of how the process goes. Just one kind of important distinction there. Do you consider silt to be cohesive?
Well, when we, the people that conducted the set flume analysis, basically what you determine is the critical shear at which erosion occurs and the erosion rate. And the set flume samples displayed a cohesive tendency. And that's where we get the, again, where we get the critical shear and the erosion rate for the sediment deposits in the delta area.
Okay. So just to be clear, you're talking about the whole matrix of the bed that you sampled. Silt is not a cohesive material, just.
Yeah, so whether it's I'm categorizing silt and clay kind of together. That's what the bulk of the deposit is. As the core samples suggest, it's about 89% silt and clay. And based on the set flume analysis, again, whether it's silt or whether it's clay, we have the erosion rates and the critical shear for the material, which is some combination of silt and clay.
Yeah, well, so there's two processes you have to consider when you analyze that, right? One is the deposition process, and then one is the potential for re-erosion. What you just described, I believe you. The deposition process, so I think it's important to understand that the silt doesn't behave the same way as the clay does. So we can move on. I just wanted to make sure we were clear there. Now, regarding your density current discussion, that really only applies to the area from the downstream sort of foreset slope of the delta down to the dam, right? That doesn't have anything to do with the processes up on the top surface of the delta.
Well, if you look at the scientific literature, we looked at various discussions of density currents, turbidity currents, and a lot of that would point out that even on very flat slopes, we can get turbidity and density currents. And maybe they might be a little more prevalent on the steeper foreset slopes, but the literature suggests that again, like I said, even on very flat slopes, we can get turbidity currents. And when the samples were collected for the set flume, again, their note was that there's this layer of fluff on top of the surface, and a lot of times it just blew away with the slightest disturbance. And so whenever there might be some kind of a velocity or imposed by flowing water, that material was easily moved on downstream. And I think whether you call it a turbidity current or not, it's the surface layer that's easily transported downstream.
Okay, and you, from your look at the literature, you have come to the conclusion that those density or turbidity currents could project all the way down from the delta all the way down to the dam. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Now, in your qualitative analysis, and actually in other places in the report, you discuss the impacts of all the other factors besides the reservoir on the formation of that delta, the bridges, the geology, and so on. So you've made qualitative discussion of these things can affect it. My question to you is, have you done anything to try to evaluate, what is the purpose of discussing that? And have you done anything to evaluate what the relative contribution of, say, the bridge that you showed in, I forgot the 94 or something like, 39. Have you done anything to quantify the relative effect of that versus the effects of just ponding from the reservoir?
Oh, in the qualitative analysis, we're just looking at again, it's qualitative, not quantitative. So there was no relative magnitude placed on the various components, just noting that there are factors that affect the geomorphology and the hydraulics and the sediment transport through this system that are natural and exist in all river systems. So it's a qualitative analysis.
Okay, but you do sort of, I think even in your conclusions, you sort of emphasize that could have a role in the development of the delta.
It has some effect, yes.
Yeah, so my big picture question on that, is it your opinion that delta would be there even in the absence of the reservoir?
Well, there are, again, the geomorphic features, the constrictions, the tributary bars, the effect of the bridges, those would be there independent of the reservoir. The reservoir itself, again, plays a role in sedimentation. Again, this is just the qualitative component of the analysis, not related to actual quantities. So we didn't get from that part of the analysis the relative quantitative comparison. That was relegated to the quantitative analysis and the modeling that we get into in the next phases of this discussion.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't want to be argumentative about it, but I just want to point out that it feels to me when I read your conclusions and other things that you're putting a lot of emphasis on that, basically kind of obscuring the fact that that delta is there because of the dam. Maybe those other features have some minor effects. It's there because of the dam. So
Yeah, it's just to point out they have some effect.
yeah. I mean, I guess, a follow-up question there would be, why don't you see that in the 1940 topography if the geologic features, I know the bridges were put in roughly at the same time the dam was. The geologic features, if they had an effect, you'd probably see that. Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
All right, very good.
Okay.
Anything else, Joshua?
No, sir.
All right. So the next phase of the work was what we call a quantitative analysis. And before we get into the quantitative analysis, I would really recommend that everyone involved in this read the material in the U.S. Society on Dams, the literature that we provided, where they say detailed analysis of sediment transport conditions associated with reservoirs lies beyond present knowledge, and only qualitative or rough quantitative estimates can be provided. And in this document, they were looking at, how do we analyze, how do we model and quantitatively determine reservoir sedimentation. And this is just to point out, this is a difficult task. We're dealing with sediments, as we discussed in the ISR, that have tremendous variability in terms of erosion rates and critical shears, and we're dealing with data that were collected, as we've seen in Brent's presentation back in the 1940s, which were collected with the best available technology at the time, and luckily we've had improvements in technology over time. But when we're looking at long-term changes, we're dealing with different sets of data and nature of materials that are just difficult to deal with. And in the analysis procedure where the decision was made to use HEC-RAS, and a lot of these sediment transport routines don't really account for the complexities that we see, that we've already talked about in terms of density currents or mud flows. And so as a result of this, basically a compromise was made so that we've restricted our modeling efforts to be most effective in the upper portions of the study area, and that's why the decision was made with FERC that the actual modeling would be limited to river mile 100 and above. Now, for the actual quantitative analysis, what I've done here is attempted to actually analyze sediment patterns of deposition through the entire reservoir. So with that caveat, and again, it's good reading material that everybody should understand if you go back to that document. So the first step that we did in analyzing the sediment transport in a quantitative way was to use the sediment rating curve analysis tool that's built into HEC-RAS. And it consists of two primary components. And the first one being a bias correction. We typically use a power function that relates sediment transport to the flow in a river. And when you do that, the results are numerically biased to the low side. So, pardon me, apologize for the frog in my throat here. They've developed a tool within HEC-RAS that helps correct for that bias. And then the second tool is what we call stationarity analysis, which is kind of a strange term in my mind, but that accounts for the fact that sediment transport conditions change over time, and we'll get into that in a little more detail. So bias correction, we do a log transformation of the sediment transport data to fit a power function. And this graph on the right-hand side shows what I'm talking about here is typically there are a number of reasons where sediment may be affected by a number of factors where sediment loads change over time. And for example, on the graph, the gold or yellow colored dots represent one time period where sediment transport was relatively higher. Then the purple points collected at the same location represent a different time period where sediment transport was lower. And that may be due to agricultural impacts or land use changes, fires, or mass wasting events, construction of a dam upstream, or many factors that come into play here. So on the Neosho River near Commerce, we see this exact effect where if you look at the data collected back in the 1940s, represented by these black data points, they're relatively on the high end of the range. Whereas data collected in the later, for example, 1980s, the 2000s, and data recently collected by Anchor and QVA, they're typically quite a bit lower. And again, typically we're plotting these data on a log graph, and so what might appear to be relatively small reductions on this graph are actually pretty substantial by a couple of orders of magnitude. So in using this sediment rating curve analysis tool, we used this unbiased technique, and we broke the the data sets into different time periods to accommodate the fact that we're getting lower sediment transport rates in recent years compared to the earlier data. And so we developed rating curves for all four of these rivers: Neosho River at Commerce, Spring River near Quapaw, Elk River near Tip City, and Tar Creek near Commerce. So we have rating curves that were developed for pre and post 2009 for most of the rivers. That was based on the fact that we had bathymetric data in 2009. For the Neosho River, we broke it at a different time period as to pre and post 1964 because of the construction of John Redmond Reservoir upstream. And when we plotted the data for the Neosho River, that was the break point that appeared that higher transport occurred prior to 1964 on the Neosho, and then a significant reduction in sediment transport after 1964 because of sediment trapping in John Redmond Reservoir. We looked at the different time periods associated with the bathymetric data from 1940 to 2009, 2009 to 2019, and then as we'll get into in subsequent steps, we're looking into the future from 2020 to 2069. So just had some basic flow and water level averages that we looked at. We did the same thing for, we applied the sediment transport rating curves to the historic hydrology and the future hydrology to compute the total tonnages of sediment transport based on the sediment rating curves for these different time periods that was used in this quantitative analysis. Another thing that we looked at was, as was discussed yesterday, whenever the reservoir level is equal to or greater than 745 feet PD, the Corps of Engineers controls the operation of the reservoir. It's under flood control mode, and they basically dictate the operation of the reservoir. So we broke the historic hydrology into time periods when the reservoir was greater than or equal to 745 and the time period below, just to see what the relative contribution of sediment was. And what we found out was that when the reservoir equals or exceeds 745 feet, about 76% of the sediment is delivered to the reservoir during those time periods. So basically the vast majority of sediment flows into the reservoir when the Corps of Engineers is in control during these flood operation conditions. and only about 24% of the sediment is delivered to the reservoir during normal operating conditions. Another factor that we need to consider is the sediment density. The sediment rating curves give us a tonnage of sediment delivered, but we need to convert that to a volume or a depth of sediment, and that conversion factor is based on the unit weight of the sediment. And that depends on in some cases, the reservoir operation, whether the sediment is dry or wet. It is based on the sediment particle size, and as we all know, the fact that the sediment density for these finer materials changes over time due to compaction or consolidation. We looked at various data sources, for example, this Lane and Kelsler material from a variety of reservoirs, and you can see there's quite a difference in density from, for example, 31 to 82 pounds per cubic foot in the Texas reservoirs, and so on and so forth. A big range, even from 20 to 101, so a factor of 5 in the case of the SCS reservoirs. And Benoni had an average of 44 pounds per cubic foot in his 210 samples. The sed flume data, we showed, again, a similar variation from 21.2 to 103 pounds per cubic foot, with an average of around 53 pounds per cubic foot. In this relationship on the right, it relates the particle size or the percentage of sand or silt and clay to the density. And based on those figures, we used a range of about 58 to 70 pounds per cubic foot is what we think is a reasonable value for Grand Lake. So the heart of the quantitative analysis uses the hydraulic component of HEC-RAS, where we compute hydraulic shear stress. And this is a graph of hydraulic shear stress for the historic time period from 2009 to 2019. And it shows the peak hydraulic shear stress and the average hydraulic shear stress as a function of river mile. And for example, at the upper river miles near 150, the shear stresses are relatively high. And as you go down to the left near the dam at mile 77, those shear stresses drop to much lower levels. And again, we're plotting this on a semi-log graph, so we're covering about 6 orders of magnitude or 6 log cycles. And one thing of interest to note is the yellow dashed line, which occurs at about 0.001 pounds per square foot. That's the minimum critical shear based on the sed flume analysis. And what the graph shows that at about river mile 116, the average hydraulic shear stress in the reservoir starts dropping below that critical shear. So from a large perspective, whenever the shear stress exceeds the critical shear, we're getting transport of sediment downstream, maybe even a little bit of erosion for those sizes and types of material, because the hydraulic shear exceeds critical shear. And when we start getting below about river mile 116, the hydraulic shear stress drops below the critical shear stress, and that's where we would expect to get sediment deposition. The next step in the quantitative analysis is the computation of the percentage of sediment passing different locations by volume. And that's, again, based on the change in bathymetry from 2009 to 2019, where about 100% of the sediment passes about River Mile 116, which you could say it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. That's where the hydraulic shear starts dropping below the critical shear based on the sediment analysis. And then we get progressively more sediment deposition as you go farther downstream into the reservoir. And the percentage of sediment passing drops to 0 at the dam. So, combining the percent sediment passing curve to the hydraulic shear curve, we developed a relationship between hydraulic shear and the percentage of sediment passing downstream. And this really is the heart of the analysis, where we can look at what this relationship is between shear and sediment moving down the river and through the reservoir. So where we took this is we then ran the future 50-year hydrology through the model to get the hydraulic shear stresses. And here we have plotted the 2009 to 2019 shear stresses, as well as the future 50-year baseline and future 50-year anticipated operation, hydrology and reservoir operation. And what we see is all of those hydraulic shears are very similar. There are some slight differences, but in reality, the recent historic hydraulic shear, as well as the future conditioned hydraulic shear from HECRAS, produce very similar results. And again, those are plotted as a function of river mile. And so we took the future hydraulic shear stresses back through our relationship that we developed to compute the percentage of sediment passing each location or depositing within each location. And here we're comparing the blue curve, the 2009 to 2019, which is based on the change in bathymetric data, and the triangles and the diamonds are the computed percentages of sediment passing different locations for both the baseline and the anticipated operations. And what we see is a very similar pattern, and that's because the hydraulic shears for all of those cases are quite similar. So then we converted the sediment passing to an average depth of deposition. And again, we're seeing very little deposition down to about river mile 115, and then the bulk of the deposition starts occurring starting at about river mile 108 and farther downstream into the reservoir based on the application of this curve. And again, we're showing baseline and anticipated deposition over this 50-year time period, and we're showing both the two different sediment densities, 58 to 70 pounds per cubic foot, to get an idea of how that might play a role. This curve is basically the same graph, but presented in terms of volume. Again, we see very little sediment volume depositing until you get down to about river mile 110 or a little bit lower. And that's the pattern of deposition that's computed based on application of this quantitative analysis procedure that we developed. Again, there's not much difference between the anticipated and the baseline patterns of deposition because the hydraulic shears are similar for both. And here we have plotted the expected deposition of sediment on the riverbed profile graph. The green and yellow lines are the 2009 and 2019 profiles. Again, we see very little, if any, deposition down to about river mile 110. So the topset slope or the upper portion of the delta, we're not seeing any deposition per se on that part of the delta feature, but we start to see sediment deposition at about river mile 110 and then on downstream on what we would call the foreset slope. And as we go on down into the reservoir. And this again is what we have seen in the scientific literature where most of the sediment they show passes over the top of the delta surface and then deposits on the downstream or foreset slope of the delta farther down in the body of water. We also looked at sediment trapping efficiency. Again, we alluded to earlier the John Redmond Reservoir being located on the Neosho River upstream. It's got a drainage area of about 3,000 square miles. And they did some quite detailed studies of sediment trapping within that reservoir. And they, based on the data they collected, about 89% of the sediment was being trapped in that reservoir over a period of years. They also did a detailed study of sediment flushing through the reservoir, study conducted by the USGS. And they found that they used different water levels and analyzed sediment transport through the reservoir. And they had they were operating with a difference in pool level between 1,000 reducing the water surface elevation by up to 29 feet, which was the difference in the two pool levels, only resulted in about a 3% improvement in sediment trapping efficiency. So in other words, they could flush about 3% more sediment through the reservoir by operating with a target 29 feet lower than their upper pool elevation. So not very effective. We compared that to Grand Lake. It's a much bigger reservoir. John Redmond is about 5 miles long. Grand Lake, in contrast, is about 68 miles long. so much longer. Has quite a bit bigger storage capacity, about double. And just a qualitative analysis here where the sediment trapping efficiency is, in my opinion, is higher than the sediment transport efficiency or sediment trapping efficiency in John Redmond because of its bigger size and its much longer length. And so if John Redmond sediment transport or sediment trapping efficiency is about 89%, my conclusion is that Grand Lake is well above 90%. So summary, 50 years of operation using the future hydrology and operation conditions shows no significant deposition on top of the delta feature. Most of the incoming load is deposited on the downstream face of the feature, with more than 98% of the sediment being transported past River Mile 110, whereas the peak of the height of the delta feature is upstream of that, where we're getting very little sediment deposition at that location. My opinion, the top surface of the delta feature is in dynamic equilibrium, which matches the what we see in the scientific literature, and that there are no significant differences between the baseline and anticipated operations in terms of the sediment deposition pattern in Grand Lake. And just to emphasize again that about 76% of the incoming sediment flow into the reservoir occurs during the time when the Corps of Engineers is in control of the reservoir. So with that, I will open it up to questions if there are any.
Bob, it looks like you still have your hand raised. I don't know if that's from earlier or now.
I do have a number of questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, Robert, in the beginning of your discussion, somewhere around slide 47, you sort of emphasized the challenges associated with looking at deposition or sediment behavior in reservoirs. My question about that is, we're actually, when we look at the issues that are before us in this project, what's happening in Grand Lake really breaks down into sort of two gross areas, topics. One is the processes that happen from the foreset slope downstream to the dam, that's a pooled area. And then those processes that happen on the top set and on up into the river. And I would submit to you that your discussion, I certainly don't quibble with what you said about what's happening down, being able to do detailed evaluation of what's happening down into the reservoir. But in reality, the importance of that is just as it relates to the storage capacity of the reservoir. There's no impact of what's happening down there or the specific topography that develops on upstream water surface elevations. Sorry for the long-winded commentary and sort of embedded question. Did you follow what I was saying, first of all? I agree that we can break the processes down into two parts. One is the pooled area of the reservoir, and the other is topset slope up into the river that would behave more like riverine conditions.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying now.
And do you agree with that?
Well, I guess in general, the way I see it is again that this delta feature is formed, and as we show in the quantitative analysis, which I think is consistent with the scientific literature, that the vast majority of the sediment is passing over the top of the delta feature and then is depositing downstream of that on the what we're calling the foreset slope. So that's, I think that you're agreeing with what I'm saying there.
The sediment that you considered in your analysis, I do agree with that. I have little doubt that certainly the clay and good part of the silt, most of the silt perhaps goes over onto the foreset slope. I won't quibble with that. But having said that, then your analysis here really sort of hangs on the assumption that it's pretty much all fine sediment that comes into the reservoir. Is that right?
Well, that's what the data show. When we did the core samples for the delta, we get a very large percentage of silt and clay. And I might point out that the 89% silt and clay, they used a breakdown of 0.05 millimeters. I think you and I typically use 0.0625 millimeters as a breakdown between very fine sand and silt. And in that case, it's even a higher percentage silt and clay. It's somewhere in the 90% range. And that is combined with the fact that we, as discussed in the ISR, we collected bed load samples over a wide range of flow conditions, as well as suspended sediment. And the bed load sampling showed virtually no coarse material being transported down these rivers under, as I said, a wide range of conditions. So what the data are telling me is that the vast majority of sediment being transported down the rivers consists of very fine material in the silt and clay range. And that's what we see in the core samples. Again, the 90% range of silt and clay in the deposit.
Okay, I don't quibble with your conclusion that the bulk of the sediment load of the total sediment load in this river is probably in the silt clay range. But so just following on with that, then you have concluded, I think in this particular chapter, and then following through into your modeling, that there is no, what I'm going to refer to as bed loads, coarser than very fine sand and gravel. There is none of that coming into this reach from the upstream river. Is that right?
Well, what the data show in terms of the bed load, I think there were maybe a couple of grains of sand collected. Is that what you would say, Brent?
Yes.
I mean, it's the beds of the river consist, upstream, it has quite a bit of gravel in it and some sand. And you would expect there were plenty of that material there to be sampled, but the bed load transports show virtually none of that happening in terms of transport of those coarse materials.
Excuse me. So then you're arguing that upstream from the pooling influence of the reservoir, the bed is effectively armored. It's immobile. The material doesn't move. The sand and gravel material doesn't move under the range of flows that we're concerned about. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what the data are telling me, yes.
Okay. All right. Um, Very good. I'll have some more questions on that once we hear about your modeling effort. Let me see. I have a few more questions. I'm just trying to get my notes sorted out. Well, okay. So I want to circle back to, I believe it was Chris's comment about the 2 to 6 feet of deposition in the areas that he looked at. How does the information you presented here that shows that essentially 100% of the sediment is flushing across the top set of the delta, if I understood Chris correctly, he was referring to areas that are on the top set or perhaps even up into the river. How do those comport? I'm having trouble meshing those together. If we had 2 to 6 feet of deposition, but you're saying none.
Wait, I'm sorry. Bob, I just want to clarify, that's just one single point where the sample was obtained. That doesn't represent, for the entire cross-section, the change. So I just want to clarify that this changes of elevations I'm providing, that's one point.
Yeah,
It still doesn't give a total picture of the entire cross-section, if that is a true representation to extrapolate that being for the entire area. So I just want to clarify that. And that what's interesting too about those elevations is the earlier elevations, you see some variations, and the later elevation it's fairly consistent. So to me, one conclusion is, well, maybe it's, again, reaching that equilibrium slope, but that's not the entire conclusions for that, the statement that we're in dynamic equilibrium. But I just want to clarify, don't harp on 2 to 6 feet and that being the representation of the entire reach in that area.
Yeah.
And yeah, to amplify that just a little bit. So what I did in terms of the percent volume passing was I took the cross-section data from the 2009 survey to the 2019 survey and computed, the volume, section by section by section. And that's where we're showing this, you're kind of in the noise level, hovering around 100% passing down to, what they say about river mile 110 or below. So I think that's a reasonable representation of the overall volume change by doing that in a more comprehensive way, I think.
Okay, I'll accept that. And actually, thanks for your clarification, Chris. So what that could mean is that simple point that you considered where the sediment sample was taken is actually in a sort of a backwater area or a slackwater area that isn't really representative of what's in the rest of the river.
Or it just might not be representative of the entire cross-section.
Yeah.
One point could be, grading, another one could be degrading. So if you look at the entire cross-section changes, that would be a better representation. That wasn't done. So that was just at that particular point.
Yeah, I get you. I got that. So just a couple of follow-up. In your hydraulic shear stress correlation, you use average shear stress. And I'm curious, what does that mean? How did you compute that? I'm not sure how to interpret.
That was, right, that was, we ran, for whatever time period we were using, for example, for development of the relationship, we used 2009 to 2019, so it was all the daily hydraulic conditions at those particular points. However many thousands of those were, we just averaged those over the entire modeling period, and for the future time period, we did the same thing. It was just a numerical average of, the thousands and thousands of computations done in HEC-RAS. They computed shear stress for those particular points.
Okay, so it's a really gross description of the conditions in the river at any given point.
Yeah, it's just what it says, the average over that whole range of conditions.
But yet you have almost perfect correlation for your version of the deposition. It reminds me of the old saying that correlation doesn't indicate causation, but nevertheless, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
And really, the
you
shear
know,
stress
I
is
was-
vary over a very wide range, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's a wide range of shear stresses, but I think what it points out is there is, in my mind, it shows there is a strong correlation between hydraulic shear stress and the percentage of volume passing down the reservoir. And it's, when you plot a graph like that and you get a really, what I would consider a pretty high quality relationship, it's like, I think there's something to it.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, just a simple question on your rating curve development, sediment rating curve development. You use the bias corrected version for your analysis, and I think in your sediment model inputs as well. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. And Brett will explain specifically what was used in the modeling. It's a little different than what I did in this, but follows the same unbiased approach from the sediment rating curve development tool in HEC-RAS.
Okay. Do you know, you're aware that there are several different ways of doing bias correction? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And do you know which version is used in HEC-RAS?
I don't recall specifically. I think it was that Dwan method that was used.
There are two in RAS. For our analyses, we use Dwan, and I don't know, Chris, do you remember the name of the other?
I do not recall the name of the other method.
Okay, that's fair enough. I guess the point I want to make is you might want to relook at some of your, especially your tributary inflow rating curves, because the bias correction, particularly on Tar Creek, the bias corrected curve basically falls completely outside of all of the data. And I get the statistical concepts. I've studied it quite a lot due to bias correction, but that doesn't make any sense that it would over predict all of the data points. So I'm just suggesting you might want to have a look at that and see if maybe there's an error there. I don't know. Okay, one final question. So I think in the beginning you said you looked at the hydraulics for 740, 745, and 750 starting reservoir elevations. Did I get that right?
That wasn't any part of my analysis. I just used the, historic conditions for 2009 to 2019 and the anticipated. I think Brett will be getting into that, where we're looking at different starting reservoir elevation conditions in the modeling component.
Okay, so for your,
That is,
sorry.
I was gonna say, that is for the future evaluations of water level impacts due to the effect of sedimentation within the study area.
Okay, I'll defer for more questions. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Walker, if you want to proceed with your questions.
Sure. Thank you. So I think slide 66 is where I have it noted, but I think it shows up several places. It looks like this portion of the analysis looked at baseline conditions, which is essentially the rule curve, if I recall from yesterday, as of the 2015 version, not the current version, and at GRDA's anticipated future operating conditions, which we discussed a little bit yesterday. Am I right that those are the only two scenarios you looked at?
As far as future flows, yes.
So, looking back to the study plan from April, the tasks that were to be completed there. And I'll note that this was one of the study plans that I think GRDA wrote. But the tasks say, evaluate sediment transport scenario. That's for the STM model. Let me find. Yeah, the study goals and objectives in the study plan say characterize the impact that sedimentation may have on flood extents and duration throughout the study area under potential future operations scenarios. So in fulfilling that objective, potential future operations scenarios, you took to mean only the rule curve as of 2015 and what GRDA wants to do under the new license. Is that right?
Well, what this component of the analysis was the qualitative and quantitative analysis. I think you're more getting into the modeling component that Brent's going to discuss next. I think that applies to what Brent will be talking about.
Well, I'm not sure I agree. I mean, I think it applies to both components of it, right? I mean, you said the two scenarios you looked at. And I'm not talking, there is something specifically in the sediment transport modeling task, but that wasn't what I was just reading. I was reading from the overall study goals and objectives.
Okay,
basically characterize the flood impacts of sedimentation under potential future operation scenarios. So I'm just clarifying, as to your portion of the study, potential future operation scenarios meant the baseline condition and what GRDA says it wants to do. And no, there were no other scenarios, right? I didn't miss that.
Yeah, this component of the analysis included the anticipated in the baseline operations for these future 50 years.
Okay, thank you. I'm just checking. I might have had one more question, but I might be done. Quickly, I think this might be for a further section that we're going to come to. But, yesterday I asked the question about the analysis for trends in peak flows during the discussion of the operations model, and that got kicked over to your team on the understanding that you all were the ones that had done that and fed the results to them. Is that question better posed to the modeling team, or is that something we should address now?
Yes,
I'm happy to discuss it now. So I'll stand up
As
here
you
so you
prefer.
can see.
Actually, all we have is the slides. I'm sure you look great, but unfortunately, all we can see is the slides.
All right, then I'll still stand up here so I have the PC. So what specifically would you like to discuss?
I think would love to know what you found when you looked for trends.
We found that there wasn't a trend, essentially. So what we did is we annualized averages for the period of record from 1970 to 2020. So we took the average from January 1, 1970 to January 1, 1971, then January 2 to January 2, 3rd to 3rd, and repeated that all the way through. When we looked at what the trend was on that, it ran on the order of approximately 7 CFS, for example, on the Neosho River. So every year it showed we would increase by 7 CFS. Now, the daily average over the course of a year on the Neosho River is on the order of 4,200 CFS. So we are talking about a change there that is reported of a little bit under 0.5%. And when we look at the correlation value with the R squared on that, we see 0.002, I believe. And those numbers are similar across all of the other inflowing tributaries. So if you consider a trend of 0.5% to be significant with an R squared value of 0.002, I'm happy to discuss that.
Yeah, well, that's the first time I've heard these numbers, and I'll admit I have always wished I took a good stats class in college. So I'll have to talk to my experts on that one. But I just want to make sure I understood how you described you got that number. You said you took annualized averages for each calendar year. So you were looking at trends in the average flow rate across each year?
We looked at it that way as well. What I was describing was looking at the average for a 1-year period from January 1 to January 1. And then the next day we looked at January 2 to January 2 and we ran that all the way through. So we ended up with essentially a running 1-year average of results covering 50 years of inflowing data.
I see. And you were looking, when you did those comparisons, you were looking at, say, the average flow throughout January 1 for each date in the 50-year period, and the average flow for January 2.
We were looking at average flow for January 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way to January 1 of the following year. So we had a 365-day average, so essentially a running average going each day all the way through the record.
I see. And so fundamentally, the trend that would have shown up from that analysis would be a trend in the average flows on the Neosho, right? Not peaks.
I mean, the peak flows are incorporated in that as well.
Well, I mean, they're averaged in with all of the, days when there's barely a trickle, right? But if there were a trend in peaks that didn't show up or it didn't show up significantly in the overall year-round average, you wouldn't have seen that.
Walker, this is Chris again with West, and I'm just want to add some additional insight. Brent also, and their team also did the same assessment with the yearly average values and the peak discharge values, and the same general conclusions were made. There was no obvious trend in those data sets also. So, a couple different methods or a couple different data sets were considered in making that conclusion.
Okay, and just to clarify that, when you say they did do the analysis looking at peak discharge values, you're saying for each 1-year window, day by day throughout the 50-year period, they took the peak discharge during that year and looked for a trend across that number all the way through? I'm just trying to make sure I understand, what you're looking at.
So one was the yearly moving average. Another one was the average annual discharge over that entire year. And then one was the maximum peak discharge in a year. So it's kind of looking at a variety of different components.
Okay, I think I understand based on that last explanation. I will ask Di or Bob, if you're listening, and if there's something you don't understand about that, I hope you'll jump in because you might well hear something I don't. But that's helpful. I guess I would just say, I think there's a brief mention in the sedimentation report about looking for trends in the hydrology, but nothing like a number or a graph or anything like that, just sort of a bare statement that there was no trend. So, you went to enough pains to detail the search for trends in sediment inputs that, I just would have found it helpful if you had included, comparable detail or any detail as to the hydrology trends. I guess, is that data something you would be willing to share?
You are welcome to put in a request for it and we'll respond in writing.
Well, I suspect what you'll respond is that you're not required by the study plan to share that. So I'm just asking, as a favor, would you?
Do they have it?
It was, the sediment model files were part of this files I shared.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember. It's possible that those spreadsheets with that specific set of data points are not included.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have any issues sharing them, but again, request that in writing and we'll respond.
Okay. Thanks. sorry, just checking my notes. I think that's all I had on this segment.
Okay. Kevin Stubbs, you have your hand raised. You may proceed with your questions.
Yeah, is there any way to account for the deposition that would be on the upland areas of the floodplains?
Kevin,
So-
can you restate your question? You're kind of cutting out.
Is there any way to account for the deposition that would be within the more upland areas of the flood pool or floodplains?
So the way the model works is when we run the STM, it deposits sediment anywhere that there is wet surface, essentially. So if we are at a point where water is spilling into the overbanks, then if there's reason, if the model says that there would be deposition in that case, there will be deposition included in those overbank areas.
Well, yes, but when you go out, if you're going out and you're measuring deposition, you're only doing it within the lake, essentially, where you're, with your methods, you're taking cores, or you're measuring changes in depth from more of a normal lake level. You're not trying to measure any elevation changes in, let's say, a more upland area but that is within the flood pool.
Right, so our model terrain area covers those upland areas. So any changes that are in those areas are also going to be modeled. So if there is sediment that would deposit in the overbank areas, RAS will apply sediment there. And our calibration ran from the 1940s data set, which again has a lot of uncertainty, but it's the best data that we had, to the 2019 data set. And we're not exclusively looking at changes that would have been in channel there. We're also evaluating changes that are including in the overbank portions. So when we do our comparative analysis, we have one where we're looking at average sections. So that is taking the average elevation of the entire cross section. And that's one of our comparative methods. So you can see that RAS is adding sediment to those overbank areas as well as in channel. It's not purely changing what's in the channel. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. I guess, when I see a lot of reservoir areas, I see deposition in upper portions of the reservoir that are, let's say, that would be upstream of your area that you're saying within the reservoir, or the normal pool area shows up, as that hump or whatever. But because the water, if it's backed up for any length of time further upstream, a fair amount of that settles out in areas that are normally above water, and how you would.
Correct. So during large inflow events that are going to raise water levels because there's such huge volumes of water, those areas that normally are emergent, are above the water line, in the model, they are going to be shown as being submerged. And then sediment can deposit on those areas. So the model does account for what is normally a dry area having sediment deposited on it during large inflow events.
And so you're saying, even counting that in, that most of the deposition you're counting on, I guess, into future is going to be downstream of that, I guess,
Of the dump
wherever,
feature.
wherever your
Yep.
pump is.
Yeah, just because of the nature of the sediment that is moving through the system, it is primarily very fine materials like silts and clays that are much more susceptible to being washed further downstream. And they tend not to settle out in the upstream area to the same extent that they do as you get deeper into the reservoir. So while we are showing that a majority of the sediment is going to deposit in the downstream area, there is still some amount of sediment that deposits in the upper portions of the study area.
Okay. Oh, it does factor in to some degree, for, future management of those areas, if they're going to be part of, let's say, wildlife mitigation areas. Because some of the other studies we've done, have shown that some of that sediment can be contaminated. So it does affect our uses of those properties potentially. So I was trying to see if there was a.
Right, and I guess I'd like to reiterate, oh, sorry.
I was just trying to see how that was being measured, if there was any, actual. I understand the variability in, let's say, depth of depositions, and those more upland areas could be extreme. But anyway, I was just trying to see how it was being accounted for.
Yep, and it is being accounted for, and I just want to reiterate that we are not involved in any contaminated sediment study at this time.
I understand that.
Okay, do you have anything else, Kevin?
Not right now.
Okay. Bob, would you like to proceed with your questions?
Yes, thank you. I just have a quick follow-up to Walker's question on the trend analysis. If I understood you correctly, you based the first part of your discussion of that, at least, you based it on on a running average of the annual daily flows, which is equivalent to the volume, basically. You agree with that? So you're looking at trends in the total runoff volume, basically.
In the total inflow volumes at the gauge stations, yes.
Yes, okay. And then subsequently, you said that you also looked at trends in the annual peak discharge, correct? The highest peak that
Correct.
occurred in a given year. Okay. So there's one other factor that should be looked at, and that is not only just the single annual peak, but are there an elevated number of peak flow events, high flow events that would be of concern to the various players in this case? Have you done that?
I would have to go back and look at the data set. I don't recall off the top of my head if we set a threshold for what would be considered a particularly extreme event.
Or the number of events that happen in a given year, for example.
Right.
Okay. I would suggest to you that that might be an important thing to look at. Thank you. That's all I have at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I think we should take a 15-minute break. And we'll conclude with sedimentation around 11:15. Okay, we are back, and instead of concluding, like I mentioned earlier, we are going to resume the sedimentation study. So the floor is yours, Brent.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we'll be moving into the STM refinement and calibration at this point. We have the quick process outline. We start with the hydraulic calibration. A lot of this was completed in the previous study season, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. And then we move into the sediment calibration and validation of those results. So quick hydraulic calibration for the circa 1940 terrain, the USGS has discharged but no longer has any stage records, nor do they have gauge station rating curves for the upstream points in this in our study area. So instead, we use Manning's N values based on aerial photos and land use in the area, or in the study area, and you can see those values here. For the 2019 terrain, we simulated this with a hard or non-erodible bed for a handful of historical events. We used the flow roughness factors then to adjust them and match peak water surface records. We had USGS gauge comparisons. Again, this has all been presented before. High water marks for 3 separate events on the Neosho, and then anchor QEA loggers that were placed throughout the study area and recorded 3 events. For sediment calibration, we have USGS flow and storage data available dating back to October 1st of 1942. The reservoir storage data was converted to water surface elevation using the USGS curves. And our temperatures were set to daily averages from the anchor QEA water level loggers. For our model inputs, we have the USGS, or excuse me, for bed sediment, we set that to be comparable to the most, or equal to the most upstream sediment sample, assuming that historically these rivers would have been fairly well represented by that, by those samples. For our inflowing rating curves, this is again what we just talked about. Dr. Simons talked about this one. They are typically presented in the form of exponential formats, which introduces some bias. We use the RAS sediment rating curve analysis tool to remove this bias. Again, we use the Dwan method. And then the grain size distributions were adapted from our transport sampling results. So for calibration, we started with the circa 1940 data. We calibrated to the first preceding reliable survey, and then we validated with the most recent reliable survey. And I want to again caveat that the circa 1940s data is 5-foot contour maps that were scanned in and were collected in the mid to late 1930s. This data set has a lot of unknowns associated with it, or uncertainty. Regarding the downstream extent, we mentioned in the report as well that we planned to use the 2009 data for analysis of sediment deposition below river mile 100. However, when we started looking at the sedimentation rates from 1940 to 2009, we found that they were implausibly different from 2009 to 2019. What I mean by that is our sediment inflows decreased from 1940 to 2009, but our deposition increased from 2009 to 2019. So they had opposite signals. As a result, we instead assessed our deposition from circa 1940 to 2019 in the downstream reaches of the study area. So again, this is below river mile 100. Just a quick recap here with the deposition measures. We had measured changes. This slide is repeated. We compared the circa 1940 cross sections with our more modern geometry, selected reference elevations, looked at changes in area, and calculated the volume change. So looking at our model deposition, we converted from mass to volume using a specific weight of 58 pounds per cubic foot. This was based on the said flume results and looking at what was likely to happen in the future in terms of cohesion and compression over time. We then compared the volume change between our surveys to our model outputs. and evaluated this with 3 different statistical parameters. We have the Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency, the percent bias, and the RMSE to observations standard deviation ratio. So I'm not going to get into details on what these represent. That information is all in the USR. To evaluate the calibration, we relied on Moriasi et al. They provided guidance for sediment transport evaluations, and the key numbers here are that we want our Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency above 0.5%, bias below 55, and our RSR less than 0.7. Our simulated deposition here showed that we have over-prediction on the downstream face of the delta feature. One thing to note here is this is below river mile 105, where we had initially said that we felt the model was capable of reasonably predicting, and below that we were going to have problems. So again, here we are comparing above river mile 120.1 to the 1998 real estate adequacy data, and below that it is compared to the 2009 OWRB data. When we evaluate these results, we have pretty good agreement if we exclude those downstream points below river mile 105. And we also excluded river mile 130.01. If you look at that area, the reference elevation, basically the deposition that is shown here as being rather large is related to overbank deposition. And again, this is tied to a 1938 contour map where we have 5-foot contours that bleed together, and we have difficulty reading the contour labels. So we have good agreement on the Neosho River for calibration. When we look at the Spring and the Elk Rivers, we see similar patterns. However, our deposition is not as our calibration is not as good as what we had on the Neosho. It is worth mentioning that these rivers have the least reliable cross-section survey placement. They were given with river miles, but we do not have any georeference information. On the Neosho, some of these were easy to place because we had bridges as reference points, but there are no bridges in the Spring or Elk River cross-sections. So moving on to the validation of our sediment deposition results, we again see a similar pattern. We overpredict deposition on the downstream face of the delta, and our evaluation of model results again shows reasonable agreement with the measured data sets. We look at the Spring River and the Elk River, and again, we end up with similar results to our calibration. One other metric that we looked at, or 2 other metrics, were the average channel and section. These are used to evaluate model accuracy. It provides more information than a simple Thalweg profile. So a Thalweg only looks at individual points at the lowest point of the channel moving downstream. When we look at the average channel or average section, we are seeing the entire channel elevation or the entire section elevation. So we have much more information, and it is a more meaningful comparison. So looking at our average channel and section, with the Neosho River, we underpredicted the average channel by 1.2 feet, and we underpredicted the average section by 1.8 feet. These are largely impacted by the quality of the circa 1940 data. Because again, we are relying on poorly scanned topographic maps with 5-foot contours. So even our worst agreement of 1.8 feet is within 1/2 of a contour line. We also have limited cross-section survey data that is fairly widely spaced. Another way that we can look at this is from RAS results. We can use RAS to provide volume changes at all cross sections in the 1940 terrain and in the 2019 terrain. And if we do that, we see a measured 53,700 acre-feet of deposition between river mile 145.4, which is the commerce gauge on East 60 Road, and extending to the Spring River. However, when we look at locations where we have measured cross-section data, the model shows much better agreement. You see it indicating approximately 18,500 acre feet, which is roughly 1/3 of the HEC-RAS volume. The model predicts approximately 15,300 acre feet of deposition in this area. And that is again largely impacted by the quality of this circa 1940 data, particularly in areas where we have steep banks, whether that's a cliff face or something else. We have contour lines that intersected with each other, and we had to do our best to use that data. And then again, like I mentioned before, the data in the unsurveyed cross sections is far less reliable. With that, we can open it up again to questions.
Yes. Bob, you have your hand raised. I don't know if that's from earlier or not, but if you have a question, you may proceed.
I do have some questions.
Okay.
So are you going to eventually discuss about a bit more about your model input assumptions, or have you, especially for your calibration validation runs, or have you exhausted what you say about that?
That is pretty much everything for this particular presentation.
Okay, so I have a number of questions. One sort of simple question. I notice in your calibrated hydraulic model and all of your runs, you have it values that are in the 0.03-ish range for the main channel Manning's end values for almost the entire reach except down in the reservoir. But there's about a 3-mile section through the city of Miami between 134 and 137 where you're using 0.015. I'm curious why that is and what your physical justification for that would be.
I don't recall that individual cross-section off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look at it.
Okay, I'd be interested to know the answer to that. It's actually sections, but
Sure, if you put that in writing, we can certainly look at it and get back to you.
okay. Just a clarification on your slide 93, where you're talking about the deposition volumes. Do I understand that that includes that you, first of all, you have the overbank deposition switch turned on in the model, right, for all tributaries?
Correct.
Okay. And so those volumes include the overbanks as well as the in channel, or just the in channel?
I believe this includes the overbanks as well. Yes, it does include the overbanks.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain to me the difference between the average channel profiles and the average section profiles? I even went back to the West discussion of that, and I have to confess, I don't quite understand what you're presenting there.
Sure. So the average channel, let's see if I can pull up the slide here. The average channel is looking at the average elevation between bank stations in the RAS model.
Okay,
The average section is looking at the average elevation of all the points in a given cross section.
describe the average channel again.
Is the average elevation of all station elevation points within between bank stations in the RAS cross section.
But that's the average section.
Well, no, it's the average channel is just between the bank stations, the average elevation between the bank stations. And then for the section, it is based off of a reference point. I think we might have used the top of dam. And so it's just the average that would account for deposition within the channel and within the overbanks.
Within the channel and then the total. Got it. Sorry. I
Correct.
get it. Okay, very good. So now I want to ask some questions about your input files. Your inflowing sediment load rating on the Neosho River, actually on all of the rivers, includes nothing coarser than very fine sand. That is correct, right?
Correct. And we found no indication based on bed load sampling that FERC has already ruled was sufficient to indicate otherwise.
Okay. So then you have specified bed gradations down through the reach and at least down to below the city of Miami. It's primarily gravel in your gradations, right? There's some variability, but they're taken directly from sediment samples that you took in the bed of the river, I assume. Is that right?
Correct.
So there's almost, in the upper part of the reach, there's almost no sand or, well, almost no sand in the bed sediment reservoir.
Sorry, there's almost no sand, and I missed the last part of that.
In the bed sediment reservoir.
In the bed sediment, okay, so you're saying in the bed sediment
Yes.
near the upstream end of the model. Sorry, I thought you were saying in the reservoir. No,
No,
in
no,
the,
I'm sorry, that's bad terminology, sorry.
yep, understood. That I believe is correct, that there is primarily gravel in the upper reaches of the Dino Show.
Okay. And do you know, so when you specify it that way, you have a bed material transport relationship function turned on in your model, right?
Correct.
Do you know if your model computations comport with the conclusion that I heard from Robert that the bed of the river is basically armored? In other words, does your model tell you that there's transport going on?
I don't recall that off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look at the outputs.
I can help you with that. It sure does. For flows above about in the range of 150 to 200 CFS, you're transporting sand and gravel at all the cross sections that you haven't specified as sediment pass through. So I wonder, and I wonder, well, I don't wonder, I strongly believe that your assumption that there's no sand and gravel coming into the system is not correct. The other point that I want to make about that is that I've been involved in issues associated with this river since the mid 90s, almost 25 years. And at the beginning of that time, I took some sediment, some bed material samples myself that I know I understood at the time, and I've documented with photography and so on, of what kind of geomorphic features they were sampled in. And at least one of those samples, or a few of them, were in the upper part of the reach between Commerce and the city of Miami. And there was certainly on those gravel bars, there was a mobile armor layer. It's coarser on the surface and finer underneath, which is what you expect, but that doesn't mean it's armored. And there was a substantial amount of sand in that material. So my question to you is, if you were to add more sand into the bed sediment, what would happen to your model results?
I'm not going to speculate on that.
I appreciate that. And do you think it would change the outcome of the quantitative analysis that Robert presented in terms of 100% of the sediment goes down over the delta and into the reservoir?
I'm not going to speculate on that either. One clarifying question for me, though, when you are saying that you collected samples, are those sediment transport samples, or is that simply a grab sample from the bed?
It's a grab sample from a gravel bar that, from my over 40 years of experience in alluvial channel analysis, was a alluvial feature deposited by the river.
Okay, so do you have sediment transport samples that support the idea that we have a lot of coarse sediment moving through the system? Or are you just inferring that based on grab sampling?
Well, I guess my counter question to your question is, if the river isn't transporting that, how did it get there?
I don't think we've ever argued that the river never had gravel in it.
Okay.
Just because there's bed material there doesn't mean it's moving. I don't think either of us would argue that the bedrock, for example, is being transported by the river. I realize, excuse me, that's a rather extreme example, but I don't think at any point GRDA has argued that there is no non-cohesive material and there's no gravel and there's no cobbles, there's no sand in any portion of the river. We simply don't have any data from our sediment transport sampling to suggest that it's moving in a significant quantity.
So despite the clear geomorphic evidence that there is alluvial sands and gravels in the system, you still assume that there is nothing in those sizes coming into our study?
Again, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't really see how we tried many times to collect bedload transport. We have a range of events that have all been reported in, I believe, both the ISR and the USR. If there was bedload there in a significant quantity at those discharges, I would be shocked if we managed to not get it. And FERC has already, again, ruled that our bed sampling efforts were sufficient.
Well, that's, in my mind, sort of beside the point. I mean, what we're trying to do is develop a model that represents reality. And so you said many times. How many times did you try?
I believe that was in the response comment. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I think it's 40 samples per trip, and we made, I don't remember how many, sorry, maybe, I'm not gonna put a number to that. I don't remember exactly, and I don't wanna claim I know something I don't.
Okay, well, I think you get my point, and the importance of the argument is, or the importance of the point that I'm trying to make is that while I accept the fact that clay particularly, and maybe even the silt will shoot over the top of the delta and down into the reservoir, that certainly would not be the case if there is sand moving in the system. And in fact, your model actually, if you look at the details of your output, you will see that it is transporting. Okay, we can leave that for a moment. Sorry. So then I want to shift over to Tar Creek for a moment.
Sure.
I understand that your boundary condition for the downstream hydraulic control on Tar Creek is set at normal depth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you compared, well, my first question is, do the stages, water surface elevations in the Neosho River at the confluence of Tar Creek influence the hydraulic conditions in Tar Creek?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Have you compared the elevations of your model at the bounding cross sections, the two cross sections, one on either side of Tar Creek, with what the model computes for the water surface elevations at the downstream end of Tar Creek, which admittedly is 1.6 miles upstream from the mouth?
I don't recall specifically looking at that.
Would you be surprised to learn that the Neosho River sections are many feet, tens of feet in some cases, higher than what you're computing for Tar Creek? meaning that the hydraulic conditions that are being computed for Tar Creek don't represent reality, basically.
I would be surprised to hear that, yes.
You
This
might
model
wanna
is,
have-
but this model is available, this really hasn't changed substantially since before the ISR. Um, I believe Tetra Tech had access to it in the city. It's been reviewed by other folks here.
Well, I don't know about any of that, but I can tell you that there is a very substantial difference, which would imply there's a wall of water that Bear Creek is flowing into. So just for the sake of argument, except that I'm right, and when you see that I am, that means that the water surface elevations in Tar Creek are way too low. Will you accept that?
I don't have the model in front of me. It'd be best, I think, if you respond, or if you submit this in writing and we can review it and get back to you.
Okay, well, I'll summarize where I'm going with this, particularly with respect to overbank deposition that we heard some discussion before the break about. This model would tell you nothing valid about the potential for overbank deposition along Tar Creek upstream from the River Mile 1.6 downstream cross section. Because of the water surface elevations are completely inappropriate, and the hydraulic conditions as well. So, okay, I think that covers the questions that I have at this point.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Walker, you have your hand raised. You can proceed with your question.
Yes, thank you. Following up on that discussion you just had, the terminology, I apologize, is a little unfamiliar to me. Normal, what is the phrase we used about how you specified that boundary condition? Normal elevation for Tar Creek?
Normal depth.
Normal depth, yeah. And so you specify normal depth. My understanding from talking to Bob about it is that means that essentially it's computing the depths in Tar Creek independent of anything that's going on the Neosho. Is that right?
Again, I'd be happy to respond to this in writing. I don't have the model in front of me.
No, that's fine. I guess maybe then just more generally, can you explain what normal depth means and what it means to set that as a boundary condition?
I mean, it's a portion of open channel flow. Based on bed slope and some other information, you end up with a normal depth. Again, happy to discuss this in more detail in writing.
All right, well, I guess let me ask this aspect of it. If you've specified the normal depth for Tar Creek as its downstream boundary condition, would the model allow any water or sediment from the main stem Neosho to go into the Tar Creek portion of the model?
Again, I'm gonna have to ask you to submit this in writing and we'll get back to you.
I mean, we certainly will. I guess I'll just say my layman's understanding from Bob is that the meaning of setting that to normal depth is that water and sediment from the main stem cannot go up Tar Creek. So, if somebody on the GRDA side can add some nuance to that, I'd appreciate it, but I'll just share that that's where I'm at as of now, and we'll certainly be filing comments on it. But if nobody has more on that, I do have another question.
Sure, happy for the next question.
Yeah. So, going back to the, and I'm sorry, we are getting a fair amount of background noise on somebody's line. I'm not sure who it is, but just so that you all in the room know, those of us on WebEx are getting a fair amount of, shuffling or bumping or something in the background. I don't know where it's coming from, but at times it has made it a little hard to hear. It's not terrible. So going back to the discussion I had with Bob about the study plan and, the evaluation of different scenarios. With respect to the sediment transport model, and let me flip over to it. One of the tasks that's specified, and this is on page 3 of the updated study plan from April. One of the tasks is evaluate sediment transport at key locations in the study area using the STM under selected future operations scenarios. So I understood Bob to say that not Bob, Robert Simons, I'm sorry, that he looked at the baseline scenario and anticipated operational scenario. Are those the two scenarios that the HEC-RAS modeling component looked at as well?
RAS, we'll get to it here in a little bit later with our future simulations discussion, but in the RAS model with STM,
okay.
we also evaluated high and low sediment deposition or high and low sediment loading scenarios.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you agree that, we agree we've got a river that has sand and gravel in it in those upper reaches. We disagree as to whether the river ever moves any of that. Is that fair?
Our reason for saying that there is no sediment transport on the bed is because we have been out there and sampled it. And again, FERC has ruled that that was sufficient, and our efforts have been well documented. We've given you all of the data that we have. If you have data that suggests there's significant sediment transport of sand and gravel, we would be happy to evaluate it.
Well, my question is going to be about the model. My understanding from what Bob was saying is that it looks like when you start with the sand and gravel in the bed within the model, that stuff moves. So it seems to me that when we talk about evaluating, different scenarios, wouldn't you agree that one scenario we could evaluate is that maybe sand and gravel does come into the system, and another scenario would be maybe it doesn't?
If I remember correctly, the model is showing that at rather extreme discharge events, we have some movement of sand and gravel, correct?
All I have is my note from what Bob just said as to the numbers, but I want to say he said 150 to 200 CFS. If we can maybe get him to confirm that, that's what I wrote down, but I don't understand that to be an extreme flow. In fact, rather on the low side, I think, but I may have written it down wrong. So I want to be, cautious about that. But anyway, it strikes me that, okay, you said you've got your bed load transport data, it comes up with nothing, but we agree that the stuff is actually there, whether or not it moves. And at least from what Bob is saying, I understand that the model shows it should move. So it seems like it might have made sense to evaluate, not to the exclusion of your scenario, but in addition, the possibility that that stuff actually moves, including that more of it comes into the model system from above. So I guess that's what I'm saying, seems like that would have been a logical thing to look at. And what would happen if sand and gravel ever does move into the system?
Let me just add one thing. I think if you look at the sediment in the bed, it's very angular material. The gravel particles are quite sharp. Normally, when you have bed load transport, those particles are quite rounded, and I think that's an indication that at least the larger sized particles are not moving, colliding with each other, becoming rounded. It's a different type of sediment than you normally see in a stream where there's a significant amount of bed load transport. That's all I had to add.
Anything from you, Brett? I'm sorry, is it Brett or Brent?
Brent with an N.
Brent, all right, sorry about that. Thank you.
Maybe one other thing that's worth noting is if you look at this average channel profile and you're looking at the upstream end, we see that we're generally over predicting sediment here, correct? You can see that? In the very
I'm looking at it. I'm a little slower, I think, interpreting these graphs that I haven't stared at in advance, but
Right.
Say
So
that again.
These little black dots are the simulation results.
Got it?
The orange line was our quote-unquote target. That is our 2019 average channel profile. The blue line is the 1940s era average channel. So the argument seems to be that we are depleting the upstream end of this sand and gravel that would be moving otherwise. But our model results are showing that we have a net deposition in that area. So while there might be some sand and gravel moving occasionally, I think our net results from the model indicate that we don't actually have a loss of sediment in that area.
Well, I mean, I take your point on that, but if I understand, everything that's coming in is going to be the fine and very fine sediments, right? Not the sands and gravels. So any aggradation you're seeing there would have to be those sediments. And presumably the flow conditions where those are being deposited to generate those black dots are going to be very different than the flow conditions that would be expected to move larger sand and gravels from there farther down in the model, right?
That's correct, but that's kind of getting at my point. If we're not moving this silt and clay and these fine materials, there's no way we're moving out enough sand and gravel that we're completely invalidating any of the results further downstream.
Is your interpretation that you're not moving any of that stuff, it just comes in and dumps there and never picks up again? Or is it your interpretation that there's a net accumulation of it in that upstream piece?
Are you asking about the silt and clay? I guess I'm not really clear on what you're asking about.
Well, I think what you said was you look at the black dots, and if the model is saying that fine sediment doesn't move, then we really wouldn't expect the coarse stuff to. I'm saying the fact that the black dots are above the blue line, I don't read it as saying the fine stuff doesn't move. I read it as saying there is a net deposition of the fine stuff
Correct.
under this model, but it doesn't mean it doesn't ever move.
Right.
Does it?
I'm not saying it doesn't ever move here for the silt and clays at that upstream end, but if we have a net deposition of silt and clay, then I wouldn't expect there to be a net loss of sand and gravel. Those two conditions are, I think it's safe to say, and please correct me if I'm misspeaking here, but those two conditions are generally mutually exclusive. If we're going to have enough bed shear to move sand and gravel consistently, we are not going to see consistent deposition of silt and clay.
Maybe that's right, and that's beyond where I have any sort of technical intuition about it. But again, I would just point out that the flow range that would see deposition of those fines would be really different than the ones that would move the coarse stuff if it's there. So, based on my limited non-expert intuition, it wouldn't blow my mind if what you just said doesn't hold.
What? Sorry, are you saying that I am mistakenly arguing that gravel will move less easily than fine particles?
No, I'm not. First of all, I'll be clear again. I'm going, like I said, on my non-expert intuition, and I'll totally defer to yours and Bob's and Di's, who are experts in this field. But I'm saying, it wouldn't blow my mind that during the vast majority of times when the flows are low, fines might deposit in quantities that are greater than coarse sediment, even if it does move during the small portion of times when flows are high enough to move them. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying, sitting here as a non-expert, that doesn't sound crazy to me. If it sounds crazy to you, hack away.
Right, what I'm saying is that if we have a net deposition at the upper end of fine silts and clays, it's really hard for me to believe that we have a net huge loss that's invalidating model results. And I guess at this point, I sort of feel like we're sort of talking past each other.
No, that's fine. I agree. I guess my closing thought would be to that last point, we could just go look and see if in fact the coarse sediments are moving, despite the fact that the channel is aggrading in that part of the model, right? I mean, that's in the model. We can go look it up. Fair?
This is Chris. I would just like to add a couple insights or my opinions per se. if you look at the upper reach and compare the profiles from the 1940s and 2009, 2019, there isn't a lot of change. You know, there is the possibility of some of the gravel being transported, but it isn't going to get past, or a large quantity isn't going to get past that railroad opening that Dr. Simon showed earlier. So yeah, there might be some transport of materials, and maybe even the same for the spring, but it's not getting to the delta. I mean, the delta, again, from said flumes is very fine sand. It wasn't even medium sand, it was very fine sand. So very fine material is getting down there. And so, you know, there could be some movement of, or transport of sediment. The other thing to also consider for very high flows, you might have, you know, high elevations that would probably limit some of that transport of sediment. So there might be certain situations where some of the material's moving, but it definitely takes a lot longer to be transported through the system than the fine material.
Right, and speaking to the characterization that this was not a particularly extreme flow event, my understanding here is that is a roughly 15-year event for that 150,000 CFS. So that I would characterize as a rather extreme event.
I'm sorry, I may have left out 1,000, which I agree would be, you know, a bad miss in my notes, but it's possible because it's just one letter. My notes say 150 CFS, but hopefully Bob can clarify.
Yeah, I believe he had said 150,000. Yeah, it's certainly not moving at 150 CFS.
Sure. Well, and if I misspoke, like I said, you know, when I said that's my mistake. That did strike me as a low number, which is why I flagged it as a possible problem in my notes. But yeah, thank you.
Sure.
But Bob, if you could confirm, I would appreciate that.
Is Bob on mute?
Yes,
Bobby,
thank you.
okay.
I'm on now. Yeah, I want to confirm that Walker did say that right. If you look in your model, you are showing transport of at least the sand material at flows as low as 150 to 200. Now, admittedly, they're at fairly low rates, but it shows that the bed is mobile down to flows that low. And certainly when you get up in the thousands range, well, tens of thousands range, whatever, it would be mobile. So I wanted to clarify that. The other thing is, and I haven't had an opportunity to run this down to its conclusion, but I find the deposition you show at the upper end of the model that you just discussed to be pretty curious. I don't know, perhaps you do, what sediment that is. Is that sand and gravel, or is that the fines that you fed in?
That is, I would have to go back and look at the model specifically in that area.
I understand that. One possibility is that stems from the fact that you may have inappropriate specification of the bed sediment, because if you start out with no sand in the bed, which is essentially what you have in that area, and then you somehow mobilize a bit of that, when it goes to the next cross section, it's going to say, I got no sand here, it'll dump it out. Effectively, you're going to end up with sort of an unstable model. And those data points those results are just meaningless. So I would strongly suggest that you go back and revisit both the inflowing rating curve thoughts and perhaps, you know, Walker's idea about, okay, have a look at it. Compute the transport capacities based on the reasonable bed material gradations in that upper part of the reach, and perhaps use that as your inflow so that you do have some sediment coming in, because otherwise you're just depleting the sand and the, you know, whatever's there by not putting any of that in. Every time it can move it, it just takes more out. So you know, the result there doesn't make any sense. Okay. And one other point that I wanted to make, I think it was Chris that said, well, the gravel, sand and gravel, even if it's moving, isn't going to get past that railroad bridge. I wouldn't dispute that, but there again, it's that kind of deposition process that is a primary concern to the people that I'm working with. Is it raising the riverbeds and is it causing the upstream water surface elevations to be increased? The deposition in those areas. I'm not so concerned, frankly, about what's happening down on the delta. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Bob.
I guess
Go ahead.
for the record, it looks like the upstream end is largely very fine sand that is depositing in that reach. Go ahead.
Okay,
And that means that it's depositing there because you got nothing in the bed. You didn't specify anything in the bed, and it's coming out there because when you start out to calculate the transport capacity at a given section, there's no sand. It says it's 0, but you fed some in, so it dumps it out. And that's the instability I'm talking about. So I frankly, I don't believe those results.
Understood.
Thank you.
okay. Walker?
Yes, I did have a follow-up, going back to the Tar Creek piece of the model. And I understand, we're going to have to, get a little detailed on paper and go back and forth about exactly what's going on with that normal depth piece. But setting aside, any possible misunderstanding about what the model's actually doing, I'm just curious, would you agree, assuming it's correct, just as a hypothetical, that the model is holding Tar Creek 10 feet lower than the Neosho at the confluence with Tar Creek? Would you agree that that would probably not do a good job representing what's happening to sediment coming down Tar Creek?
Walker, this is Jesse Petrowski. Again, I think we've asked you to put this in writing, and I think I understand why you are focusing on Tar Creek, because it is a very, very, very small contributor of sediment to the overall system. And I just want everyone to keep that in mind.
So just to be clear, nobody from GRDA is going to agree that it would not represent the sediment transport in Tar Creek well if it's holding Tar Creek 10 feet too low.
We're not gonna
can't agree on that much?
answer, Walker, we're not gonna answer a hypothetical like that. I think we've said any
Well,
number
fair
of
enough.
times. Yeah, we're not gonna answer
I sort
the
of thought it was a
hypothetical.
softball. I thought it was a softball, but yeah, that's good enough. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I don't see any other questions or hands raised.
All right, so moving to the 50-year future simulations. We did several analyses. We looked at the future 2069 predicted geometry under the anticipated operations and compared that to the 2019 geometry under anticipated operations. We also did a sediment sensitivity evaluation. We did this largely because the available data sets from the circa 1940 timeframe have very high levels of uncertainty. Again, these are 5-foot contours. They're scanned at low quality resolution. They're difficult to read any of the contour labels where we even had them. But we also recognize that was the best available data for us. The calibration and validation is impacted by that as we specified in the USP. And therefore, we propose doing a sediment sensitivity analysis to help us bound the potential range of deposition. We also did a future anticipated operations versus future baseline operations. So these are both looking at 2069 geometry under these operational scenarios. So for this, to evaluate the effects of sedimentation, we start with the 2019 terrain. We simulate 50 years of flow and sediment input in the STM. We then export the resulting geometry to the 1D upstream hydraulic model. And I want to again point out, as Jesse did yesterday, this is distinct from both the UHM discussed during the H&H presentation and the STM that we've been talking about to this point. We then ran the fully unsteady July 2007 4-year event and the synthetic 100-year event in the 1D UHM with starting reservoir pools at 740, 745, and 750 feet PD. At that point, we were able to evaluate water level impacts. For the inflow analysis, we used the last 50 years of flow data from relevant tributaries, evaluated whether there is a trend and found no significant temporal trend, as we discussed earlier. We then randomized those annual flows as we said we would in the USP, and then set the water temperature to a daily mean value based on water level logger measurements. To evaluate the reservoir operations, we first passed the data through the operations model. The reservoir water surface outputs were then used for the STM boundary conditions. We ran the STM for a 50-year simulation, at which point we update these stage storage tables and compare them to the previous. Then we pass that data back through the operations model and update those outputs, then compare them to the previous ones and iterate the above process as needed. For bed sediment, we parameterize these based on field samples. These are again the grab and core sampling efforts as well as sediment erosion analysis. For the inflowing sediment, we use the exact same rating curves as we had for calibration, which, as Dr. Simons discussed, are fairly conservative. Stationarity analyses suggest that future sediment loading will be lower than what we have in the model here. The John Redmond Dam land use changes and sediment erosion best management practices have all contributed to decreased sediment loading. In the modeled reaches for stage storage comparisons then, we used the RAS stage storage outputs. Once we go below river mile 100, we used some historical information. We knew the long-term deposition from 1940 to 2019 at the base of Pensacola Dam came out to 0.13 feet per year, and we assumed a similar vertical change for future scenarios. Total change in the storage in that time frame was 320,000 acre feet. So we used our calibration model outputs, where we had a total sediment inflow of 403,000 acre feet, which roughly equates to a trap efficiency of 0.8. This is different than what Dr. Simons talked about earlier. We are simply looking at the 403,000 acre feet and comparing that to the 320,000 that was measured. We also know that with the stage storage curves, we had 166,500 acre feet deposited within the model breach, which meant that there was 153,000 acre feet below river mile 100. So downstream of river mile 100, we have a 2019 elevation. We calculated it through this process. The 2019 elevation at this point on the fall leg is 684.01 feet PD. So everything below that elevation necessarily is deposited downstream of river mile 100. If it is below the fall leg, it could not deposit, so we know that everything is downstream of that. The measured 1940 to 2019 deposition was approximately 70,000 acre feet. So we know then that the green box contains 70,000 acre feet during that period. Our model results tell us that in the blue box, we have 153,000 acre feet of deposition, which then means that the brown box has to have 83,000 acre feet. So then we assumed a volume of deposition that was proportional to the increase in storage volume increment. So as we moved up the storage volume increment, if we had a large change in storage volume, we then assumed a large change in deposition. We then added that to the stage storage outputs from RAS to create our total curve and passed that information to the operations model. For future geometries, we evaluated differences between sediment loading with the high and low sedimentation And we also evaluated differences between project operation scenarios with the anticipated versus baseline operations. With the sediment loading evaluation, you can see on the right-hand side, we have the high sediment, and this is the average channel in red, and we have the average channel of the low sediment loading in blue. In green is the average channel of the 2019 measured geometry. So we did the comparison between high and low over that 50-year future time period. We increased or decreased the expected sediment loading by 20%, adjusted water temperatures. So for the low sedimentation, we decreased the water temperature to make it more viscous, we increased the water temperature to make it less thick so that it deposits more sediment, and did the opposite in the high. For the fall velocity methods, we adjusted those to either increase or decrease the amount of, the magnitude of the fall velocity. And what we generally see here is that deposition is almost entirely on the downstream face of that delta feature, which again matches the literature expectations for this. For the operations evaluation, we see in teal the anticipated operations average channel profile. In orange, which is nearly coincident, we see the baseline operations average channel, and in green, again, that measured 2019 geometry. The comparisons between the baseline and anticipated operations, again, shows most of the deposition is on the downstream face of the delta feature, which is exactly what we would expect, and that the operations have a pretty limited impact on sediment deposition patterns. So our average channel changes. Here we see that the largest differences are due to sediment loading changes, not due to project operations, and that most deposition occurs in the lower portion of the model, particularly on the downstream face of the delta feature. So here we see roughly fourfold impact due to high sediment versus low sediment as compared to anticipated operations and baseline operations. And with that, we can open it up for more questions.
Walker, you have your hand raised, go ahead.
Yes, although, as usual, I would defer to any of our technical folks to go first because they may cover the same material better. If they're in the queue, if not, I'll go ahead.
I just see Bob's hand raised. Bob, would you like to start?
Yes. So I guess my primary question here is, the results that you present here are totally predicated on your assumption that there's no sand and gravel moving into the system, correct?
And that assumption is based on upstream sediment transport measurements that we've talked about multiple times today. Yes.
And counter to the observation that there is mobile sand and gravel down in the lower part of the reach. Thank you for that. So
I'm sorry, where there's mobile bed and gravel in the downstream part of the reach? Where exactly is that?
Well, for example, the sample that I collected in my early work on this, that is definitely an alluvial sand and gravel bar. If it didn't get there
So
by the
again,
river, I'm at a loss to explain how it got there. So
the fact
we
that
have
it's
a
there
disagreement
doesn't
on that, and I think we need to accept that.
Understood, but I don't want to leave that hanging without challenging it. The fact that it is present has never been in contention. Whether it is moving or not has always been the issue that we've disagreed on. And again, we are backing up our argument with upstream sediment transport bed load measurements as well as suspended sediment measurements.
Well, I don't know about that, but your model actually confirms what I am saying.
No,
I think we can.
Bob, no, I don't think we can. You know,
Okay.
you say you don't know about that. We do know about that. And that's the point. Brent, do you have anything else to say? I mean, it's really not a fair characterization of all of the work that's been done in the field for the last several years.
Well, I guess my response to that is that at under the best of circumstances, we have a huge question out there that is unanswered. If you're correct, how do we account for the fact that there are geomorphic features through that reach that are representative of an alluvial river? And secondly, where the heck did that stuff come from? I hear Robert's comment about the angular material. My memory, and I'll admit it's a few decades ago, so I haven't been there recently, but my memory, and I went back and looked at my photographs, it certainly was not highly angular material on the sandbars or the gravel bars that I collected the data on back at that time. So,
Yeah.
we have a.
Let me just,
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, this is Bob. Let me add another comment here. You know, if the, you know, say the water surface elevation of the reservoir is typically around 742. And if you look on that graph, that would put the, you know, the water level back up at about river mile 135 or so. You know, wouldn't you expect if the river were transporting a significant amount of sand and gravel that we would get a deposit in that area? Wouldn't it drop out at the upstream end of the reservoir? That's what the literature says. That's what all the studies show, is that you get a coarse sediment deposit on the very upstream of the reservoir. That's what I've seen, but yet it's not there. You look at the data from 1940 to 2019, there's no significant deposit in that upstream area of coarse material. That suggests to me that the quantity of sand and gravel that's moving is very, very small.
Well, if you look at the details of your profiles between, and admittedly, I accept the uncertainty in the 41 profile, but if you look between Twin Bridges and 590 Road, South 590 Road, there is a substantial amount of deposition. The other thing that I would point out, you know, you've emphasized your bulk samples from your vibrocores and your said flume samples and so on. There's been no discussion so far today, other than they were used for input of your grab samples, but your grab samples actually show sand and gravel all the way well down onto the surface of the reservoir. So that stuff clearly is moving.
Well, the core samples show no gravel at all. And it shows a very small amount of very fine sand, with most of it being silt and clay.
So how do you square that with your Ekman surface samples that have sand and gravel?
It's such a small quantity that it's, in my mind, it's a trivial exercise. You know, again, all the data show there's very, very limited, if any, coarse material transport into this, coming down this river system.
Well, all the data being the attempts to measure bed load.
Which were
I think all of us
significant.
recognize as a challenging proposition at best.
And again, I want to remind everyone that FERC has already ruled that those sampling efforts were done according to standard practices and were sufficient for our purposes of this study.
Well, I think for purposes of my argument, that may be true, but if that is not a correct assumption, maybe that needs to be revisited, because it calls into question the results that are coming out of your model. That's my major point. And we don't know at this point what the impact would be if you put a or what I would consider to be a reasonable sand and gravel load into the system. We don't know how your model would respond.
Okay, so I think here, again, we are talking past each other. Your argument seems to be that there is sand and gravel, therefore it must have been transported. But I have not heard any evidence that you have collected sediment transport samples that refute anything that we have done. And again, FERC has already ruled on our field efforts. I think at this point, let's just move past that. We can table it, and if you would like to submit something in writing, we are happy to review it and respond.
Walker, you still have your hand raised. Do you have anything else? Or are we gonna move on?
Yes, I do. Following up on something, I'm not sure who said it. I thought it was Dr. Simons. So when Bob Musseter asked, how you square the suspended sediment and bed load data with the graph samples that show sand and gravel, I thought I heard Dr. Simons say it's such a small quantity of sand and gravel that it's trivial. I want to make sure I heard that right. And to clarify, are you saying the quantity of sand and gravel in the grab samples is trivial?
There's sand and gravel in the bed of the river in the upstream segments. The quantity of sand and gravel in the delta feature, I would characterize as trivial. It's, as shown in the core samples, it's predominantly silt and clay.
Well, do you recall the city's comments from January 24th of this year related to the grab samples?
Yes.
So, I mean, we reproduced, every grab sample for miles up the main stem and a couple of the tributaries, and they're, as I recall, literally all dominated by sand with some gravel too. So, I mean, that's certainly not a trivial component of those samples. So it seems a little bit conclusory to, I'm sorry, may I finish? Thank you. I mean, it just seems conclusory to say, well, maybe most of those, every one of those samples may be mostly sand and gravel, but the quantity in the river is trivial. Why? Why would you get every grab sample dominated by it if the river contains trivial quantities?
Possibly from bank sloughing. If you get a bunch of sand falling out of the banks in some areas and gravel, and then you have all of the finer material, like your silts and clays, getting washed downstream, you would end up with the exact same characteristics.
So that would require every one of those samples to be taken from a bank sloughing area?
I don't see why that would necessarily not be a possibility. I think we've already established that we don't have any evidence that that coarser material is moving in significant quantities. The fact that it's there, again, as we've gone over and over today, that's never been in question. We've only ever debated whether it's moving or not, and we presented our sediment transport measurements. You have presented the fact that it's there.
Well, just to be clear, it was questioned not just today, but 5 minutes ago in response to my question, whether that stuff is there in the delta, in the hump, right? And I'm saying it is in the grab samples. So, and we haven't accounted for that.
I don't think we're going to get to a neat conclusion today. I think I'm going to have to ask you to put this in writing and we'll review and get back to you.
Sure. I will move on to another topic then, which is, we talked a little bit about the study plan and looking at different, scenarios in the modeling. Do you recall that?
I do.
So what the study plan says is that the STM will be used to evaluate sediment transport at key locations in the study area using the STM under selected future operations scenarios. And as I understand it, in practice, as you've presented this study, selected future operation scenarios means baseline and what GRDA wants to do. Those are the two operation scenarios you modeled, is that right?
Correct. For the operational scenarios, yes.
Yeah, and so it's your position that modeling those two scenarios satisfies the requirement that the STM will be used to evaluate selected future operation scenarios.
If I'm not mistaken, that's not only my interpretation, but that was FERC's interpretation in the study modification determination released in May 22.
Maybe that's right. I'll have to check that. But thank you for directing me to that. Yeah, and I think we're going to have some questions about. Well, no, I think it is. You talked about on slide 123. Can we flip to that?
This slide?
So you're saying the largest differences. Yes, thank you. You're saying the largest differences are due to differences in sediment loading, not project operations. And I don't think I heard it in your presentation, but a number of places in the report, you talk about project operations having an immaterial impact on sedimentation. Is that right?
That is correct, and that is the next portion of the presentation.
Okay, I'll save it then.
Are there any other questions?
That is all I had for now.
All right, thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
All right, moving into analysis of future sedimentation impacts. So this is the portion where we use the 1D UHM. Again, that is separate from the UHM that Jesse spoke about yesterday during the H&H presentation. This one used the STM output geometry for future scenarios, and then evaluated water levels at starting reservoir pools of 740, 745, and 750 during the July 2007 and the 100-year event. Now, this is where we mentioned that there are boundary effects. So the STM is impacted by boundary effects, as we discussed a little bit earlier. This isn't something that's uncommon with numerical simulations. It produces unreliable data near the upstream extents of the model, and then the measured changes of those river breaches show that there are not large changes. Our evaluations for this portion our evaluations here exclude the upstream portions of these tributaries. We have the Neosho River from the downstream extent of the STM running up to East 60 Road, which is again the USGS gauging station at Commerce. And then we have the Spring River and Elk River where we are removing the top 4 miles or so. For the future anticipated operations, we're seeing existing conditions, as well as all of these other slides that I'm going to show today. We are focusing on the Neosho River, but there is information on other tributaries provided in the USR. For this particular chart table on the right-hand side, positive values indicate increases under future conditions. So the future 2069 predicted geometry under anticipated operations result in a higher water level than the existing 2019 geometry under anticipated operations. What we generally see here is that after 50 years of sedimentation, we have impacts that increase with a lower starting pool for the July 2007 event and decrease with a lower starting pool for the 100-year event. For July 2007, the largest impact near Miami after 50 years of sediment deposition is just 0.11 feet. It is, and it occurs at the upstream or slightly upstream of the Tar Creek confluence. For the 100-year event, it occurs in roughly the same location, and the largest impact is again 0.11 feet. So the general takeaway here is that water levels are expected to remain pretty similar despite 50 years of sedimentation. The largest impacts are downstream of the urbanized areas. Impacts in the urbanized areas are immaterial. we are talking about less than 2 inches over 50 years of sediment deposition. For the future high versus low sedimentation, we are showing here that high sedimentation values are subtracted from low, so a positive value indicates increases under the high sedimentation scenario. This was a sensitivity analysis due to the data quality, and I want to remind everyone again that the stationarity evaluation suggests both high and low sedimentation are relatively conservative. With the stationarity analysis, we saw that sediment loading has decreased over time because of John Redmond, differences in land use, and better crop management. Here again, in July 2007, our largest impact is 0.06 feet. So this is saying that the high sedimentation increased water levels as compared to the low sedimentation by 0.06 feet, and this occurs near the abandoned railroad bridge. For the 100-year event, this is again back at the Tar Creek confluence where we see 0.07 feet of increased water level between the high and low sedimentation scenarios. Our takeaways on this are that sediment loading accounts for as much as 1.38 feet of water surface elevation variability, and these larger impacts are far downstream of urbanized areas near twin bridges. So the potential range of incoming sediment load, which is not controlled by GRDA, has similar impacts to 50 years of ongoing sedimentation. And again, the impacts in the urbanized areas of Miami are immaterial. For the future anticipated versus baseline operations, here we are showing a chart with positive values indicating increases under the anticipated. This is used as a sensitivity evaluation for operational impacts. And what we see with the July 2007 event is that under the anticipated operations, we have lower water surface elevations. Our largest impact near Miami is 0.03 feet higher and occurs near the Highway 69 bridge. When we go to the 100-year event, our largest impact near Miami is just 0.12 feet. Again, all of these have been under 2 inches. And this one occurs again at the upstream part of the confluence with Tar Creek. So our takeaways on this is that our more typical flow events, like the 4-year July 2007 event, are expected to have decreased water surface elevations under the anticipated operations as compared to baseline. And the 100-year event is expected to increase water surface by 0.12 feet, with our largest impacts again further downstream near twin bridges. And our impacts in urbanized areas are immaterial. With that, I will open this up to questions.
Bob, do you have your hand raised?
I do, thank you.
Okay.
So just a quick question on your sediment sensitivity analysis. You said that you increased the inflowing loads by plus or minus 20% for those analyses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the basis for the 20% value?
Well, we could have gone much larger. We could have gone all the way up to 200% as a typical upper bound and a typical lower bound of 50% of the sediment. We felt that doing so would be something that would potentially look like we were artificially increasing the impact due to sedimentation and trying to downplay the impact of operations. We felt a plus and minus 20% was a little bit more acceptable, would still provide a range without looking like we were trying to minimize impacts of project operations.
But it sounds like you would agree that plus or minus 20% in a sediment rating curve is a really small, I'll call it an uncertainty band. Do you agree with that?
That we could have gone larger? Yes, I would agree we could have gone larger with it.
Okay. You said on one of your slides that those curves, the low and the high, are conservative. I wasn't sure what you meant by that.
They are built around the older sediment inflow rating curves. So again, because of that stationarity analysis, I believe it was back here. Because of that stationarity analysis, that suggests that we are going to have decreased loading over time. This is plus and minus 20% from what we feel is an artificially high amount of sediment loading.
Okay. So in your conclusions, you emphasize that the effects of the sediment loading are much greater than the effects of project operations as you evaluated them. And therefore, I'm maybe exaggerating here, but it really doesn't matter how the reservoir operations go. It's just a matter of how much sediment's coming in. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't think that's a very fair characterization of it. I don't think there's anything here with saying that GRDA doesn't care and isn't going to try to help. I think what we're showing is that the proposed anticipated project operations impact after 50 years, approximately 2 inches or less water level elevation within the city of Miami.
Okay, and thank you for that. I didn't mean to imply that GRDA doesn't care about the operations. I'm just simply saying whatever decision was made has a relatively small on what their future operation will be, will have a fairly small impact on the sedimentation. So,
Correct.
thank you. So my follow-up to that is, you make a big point of that, I think, in your report, and you sort of did here. But the reality is you're comparing apples and oranges, right? I mean, the sediment loading question is really an attempt to quantify the effects of our uncertainty in the sediment loading. And so that's not equivalent to looking at, okay, for any given sediment loading, how much effect does that have on things? And in fact, in the future, there will be a sediment load, whatever it happens to be. So it's one outcome, and the question would be, if we operated differently for that sediment load, that's the question we need to answer. What are the impacts of that, right? So it's really not a fair comparison.
So if I understand you correctly, you are saying if GRDA were to operate differently in a given year because of differences that they expected in sediment load, would that change the results?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying in your comparisons, you fuss about, and I think in your report you say it's 3 to 4, I'm rounding off, that the effect of sediment loading is 3 to 4 times bigger than the effects of project operations. Therefore, in effect, project operations don't really matter to that question. And I'm just saying that's a completely apples and oranges comparison, because one is uncertainty in the sediment loading, the other is for any given sediment loading, what's the impact?
Our comparison here, as far as what the impact of operations is looking at a set inflow with our calibrated sediment loading, and we compare the anticipated operations with the baseline operations. That is the impact due to GRDA's operations. If sediment loading changes, unless you have reason to believe that there's going to be a huge shift in the relative anticipated versus baseline operations, I'm not really sure that we're trying to compare apples and oranges here. We're trying to show that within the anticipated versus baseline operations band, we are not seeing a huge change in sedimentation or water level impacts. And comparatively, even within what you described as a relatively narrow uncertainty band, we're seeing comparable results largely. And that essentially, to me, says that we have much larger uncertainty than what these minor differences we're reporting are.
Right, but you also in the report say, the sediment impacts are 3 to 4 times. So,
Right, because that's what
3 to 4 times bigger, and I'm taking exception to that statement, basically.
Hey, Bob, can I jump in here and just say that, because I understand the argument you are making about apples to oranges, but if we want to understand the impact of nature on the system, we need to do an apples to apples comparison and hold other variables constant. If we want to understand GRDA's impact on the system and to do an apples to apples comparison, we need to hold other factors constant. And I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but what you were suggesting is that we start modifying multiple variables simultaneously, which is going to result in an apples to oranges comparison. So I think what we've done here is scientifically sound. It follows, standardized methods, and I think that's what Brent has been doing an excellent job of conveying. I'm just making sure that message is getting across.
I'm sorry, who was speaking then? I don't recognize your voice.
This is Jesse Petrowski with the Hydraulics and Hydrology Study.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Well, first of all, I'm not making any suggestion of the kind. What you said, it completely mischaracterizes what I'm saying. I'm just simply saying that you have a statement in your opinions that emphasizes that the effects of sediment loading are 3 to 4 times greater than the effects of project operations. And the implication of that is, it doesn't matter what the project operations are because the sediment loading is going to overwhelm that. And I'm taking exception to that. So I think we can leave it there. I've made my point. One follow-up
And
question.
Bob,
Sorry,
Bob,
go
can I
ahead.
respond to that really quickly?
Sure.
Okay, I heard you say the word opinion a lot, and we're not making opinions here. We're looking at quantifiable numbers and similar, and I'm jumping in here because Di and Walker and I had some of these same conversations yesterday, where what we are showing here and what the mathematics show is that the impact of nature is greater than the impact that GRDA's operations can have.
Well,
So I do want to say, I don't prefer the characterization that numbers are opinions.
well, let me rephrase those. Replace opinion with conclusions. You've drawn conclusions by interpreting your data. I assume that's your opinion also, but we don't need to debate that. I understand your.
Okay,
One
thank
final
you.
question. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. One final question, just to verify. Your 100-year runs are using that roughly 300,000 CFS Neosho river flow that we talked about extensively yesterday with Di. Is that correct?
That is correct, I believe.
Okay. Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you.
Walker, you saw your hand raised. Is that from previous or do you have something else?
No, I do have some questions. Actually, I'll start with something Jesse just said, and if I typed it out right, I think you said pretty much, Jesse, the numbers show that nature's impacts are greater than the impact that project operations can have. Is that right?
If you typed it out, I'll trust you.
Okay. Well, anyway, what I thought I heard you say was an assertion about the degree of impact that project operations can have. But I mean, we only looked at 2 operational scenarios. I think we'd have to agree that those don't, I mean, as Chuck said yesterday, yes, it's physically possible to operate the reservoir far lower than either of those scenarios. So we didn't look at the impact that project operations can have. We looked at 2 defined scenarios. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we did not assess what would happen if GRDA held the reservoir at 700 feet.
Well, we didn't assess anything other than the baseline and the scenario that GRDA wants. Is that right?
Yeah, well, there's no basis for doing that. FERC didn't require us to, and GRDA's anticipated operations are well stated in the study reports. Walker, what's the basis for saying that we have to do more than that?
Well, for one thing, it would support assertions like the one Jesse just made or refute them about what impact project operations can have, right? I mean, he made, as I understood it, a broadly worded assertion about the realm of possibility, which this study
May I
doesn't
clarify,
appear to have
Walker?
attempted to show.
Jesse's
Yeah,
about to clarify his statement, Walker.
good.
Okay, Walker, when I said project operations, and my sincere apologies, I should have said GRDA's anticipated operations.
Thanks, that's helpful. And so now I actually want to return to the discussion I had with Brent about the study plan and the range of scenarios. And I think he referred me to the FERC study modification determination from May. Do I recall right that that's what you referenced, Brent?
That is correct.
So I pulled that up, and I'm on page B7 of that appendix B to that document. And it requires, I mean, it's phrased as a recommendation, and this is something we've gone back and forth, I think, in the footnotes of a number of filings. The wording of appendix B to these things is recommend, and you know how they function is staff is making a recommendation internally at FERC, and the letter at the top adopts that recommendation, and it becomes therefore a requirement on the studies. So anyway, what B7 says is we recommend, meaning as it works its way through, require, quote, that GRDA run the sediment transport model as proposed in the second proposed plan modification, but using at a minimum starting reservoir elevations of 740, 745, and 750 feet PD. So that doesn't sound like what you did. Can you clarify for me?
So we ran it with the anticipated and the future operations and then exported that geometry, and we looked at the specific events that were recommended by FERC, which is the July 2007 4-year event and the 100-year event, to evaluate the impacts on water levels in the areas of Miami and other upstream portions of the study site. That is where we evaluated starting water levels at 740, 745, and 750 feet.
And so that, if I understood you, you were describing where you took the outputs of the sediment transport model and put them into the 1D upstream hydraulic model, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the sentence I just read you is with respect to the sediment transport model, not the UHM. The following sentence says, similarly, in order to understand the effects of project operation and predicted channel geometry on upstream water levels, we recommend, that is, require, that GRDA run the upstream hydraulic model using, at a minimum, starting reservoir elevations of 740, 745, and 750. So, to me, we've got a sentence that says, do those for sediment transport, and the following sentence says, do those for the upstream hydraulic model. And again, I think you've been pretty clear that you ran only the baseline and anticipated scenarios in the STM. So I'm struggling to understand how you think this fulfills the requirement in the SMD.
Yeah, Walker, I'm looking at page B7 and I'm looking at these two sentences. And I think this is just a point of clarification that is required on our part. We are running the STM and we are running the UHM in accordance with FERC's study plan determination. We are looking at both of these elements at 740, 745, and 750 feet PD. That is why there's this interplay between the studies. We could probably spend 20 minutes on this. So just please put this in writing and we'll respond in writing because we have met the requirement here.
Well, look, in fairness, we've waited for these results for 4 years, so I hope you won't begrudge us 20 minutes to discuss them, but if it takes that long. But, I would have trouble putting in writing, I think, a response to what you just said, Jesse, because I don't understand it. I think you just said that you are using the STM to look at starting elevations of 740, 745, and 750, but I have not heard that discussed, so help me out.
Okay. The STM is used to run the 50-year simulation. And I don't know, and Brent can jump in here too if he prefers to say this instead of me, but the purpose of the STM is to run 50 years of simulation. Are we in agreement on that?
Well, I would read the purpose from the statement of goals and objectives to include evaluating the sedimentation impacts of a variety of operational scenarios. I mean, I understand that the model needs to run a 50-year run, but
Walker, look, time is precious. We have lots of people here, and we have lots to cover today. Please put your question in writing. If the city of Miami does not believe that GRDA has met FERC's direction related to this study, You should be able to articulate that in writing, and we will respond in kind. Let's move on.
Okay. So next I want to understand this conclusion about impacts being immaterial. So in the context of this study, what does immaterial mean?
Let me ask you, do you think 2 inches of increased water level is a material difference given the wide range of uncertainty associated with the 1940s data set and the calibration here?
Do you think I'm a
Because if I
fluvial
write-
geomorphologist?
So if I round everything to the nearest 3-inch increment for our expected impacts for every single scenario we ran, and the difference is there, if I round it to the nearest 3 inches, I come up with 0. Do you think 3 inches is a material difference? Do you think 2 inches is a material difference?
I think I would characterize our whole discussion this morning as highlighting a number of pretty significant disagreements about how the model was built and run. So I don't think that it makes sense to limit the determination of materiality to just your output. And I think to have a meaningful, objectively bounded discussion about materiality beyond, if anybody actually does some work in addition to what you've presented here, it would be helpful to have an understanding in general terms, objective if possible, of what you mean by immaterial.
I'm just going to repeat. Do you think 2 inches of increased water level is a material difference? I mean, it's basically nothing. I'm not sure it is an immaterial difference.
How do you know? What if it was 2 inches? What if it was 20 inches? Would that be immaterial?
But it's not. It's not.
Right. It's
Yeah.
But
less
another
than
model
2.
run might.
Walker,
Okay.
look.
Then in that model,
Brent,
Laura?
no. Walker, we've gone through semantics and this game a number of times, even dating back to last year's ISR meetings. It's not productive. If the city of
Well, all we
Miami
have
would
is
like to
semantics.
put, no, please let me finish.
Yes,
If the
that's
city
fair.
of
I'm sorry.
Miami has another way to characterize the results, you can advocate for that as the relicensing process moves forward. Our experts have looked at the data and have analyzed it as we were asked to do, and have characterized it in the way that we think is fair. If you have issues with that, again, that's what the FERC process is for. That's what the written comments are for. But I'm not going to allow us to go around and round on this semantical debate when we're wasting everyone's time. Next question, please.
Well,
Next question,
First, just to
please.
clarify, it's not semantic round
question,
around on
please.
this. This is a different study examining different features of the project. So it's a different determination of materiality here.
Next question, please.
Have any of you made a materiality determination like this on any other project?
Next question, please.
Is that a no?
Next question, please.
Are you aware of any study or principle in the field that would provide an objective standard for making a materiality determination like this?
Next question, please.
These sure sound like no's.
No, I didn't say no. I said next question, please.
I'm having a hard time understanding why we've got counsel objecting to a question to try and characterize a technical but poorly articulated conclusion from the technical experts in a meeting on the study reports. I do not know what immaterial means in these studies.
Walker, this is Jesse again. Similar to the H&H study yesterday, we have to at some point take the math and our mathematical results and speak to it in a way that is understandable. We have done that. We have nothing more to say on this. And I can also say next question, please, with the best of them, if I'm asked follow-ups.
I think you've been very clear on that. Give me 1 minute to check my notes here. I think that's all I had.
Okay. Thank you. There are no other hands raised, so you can finish.
All right, getting to our conclusions. Sediment deposition in the region of the delta feature is influenced by a variety of factors, including the incoming sediment loads, the tributary confluences, the exposed bedrock, and upstream constrictions. Number 2, sedimentation rates in Grand Lake and the associated tributaries are dictated primarily by incoming sediment loads rather than by project operations. Number 3, impacts to water levels due to sediment loading, which is a natural phenomenon outside of GRDA's control, are generally larger than the impacts due to project operations. And number 4, impacts to water levels due to project operations are immaterial in urbanized areas. All right.
Are there any questions for the conclusions? If not, we will break for lunch and try to resume back at 1:30. Or do you want to start at 1:45 to give us a little bit more time? We had 12:30 to 1:30 for.
I think we need at least 45 minutes. Everybody's been, I would really just as soon start at 1 or at 2. Start at 2, really. I know it's gonna push us late today, but it's been a long day.
Okay,
So we'll start back at 2. Sorry, we're behind.
we'll start back at 2 o'clock. All right, welcome back to this afternoon. We're gonna pick back up and start with the aquatic species of concern. Brad, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm Brad Littrell with BioWest, and we worked on the aquatic species of concern study with Olson as well. So to kind of stick with the format that everybody else has presented, I wanted to go over a little bit of an outline of what I'm going to talk about in this presentation. First, we'll go over the study objectives. We'll talk a little bit about the process and the timeline and how we got to where we are today. And then I'm going to discuss phase 2 survey methods and results. Then we'll bring in results of the comprehensive hydraulic model and talk about how that relates to the species of concern. And then lastly, discuss conclusions. So the study objectives for the aquatic species study, we were focused on 6 species that you see in the table to the right there. And really it was broken into 2 separate components. The first of those was to assess potential impacts of project operations on paddlefish recruitment based on an analysis of available spawning substrate using existing data. That segment was completed in 2021 and was presented at the initial study report last fall. And then we used a 3-phase approach of information gathering and impact assessment to evaluate the other species. The information gathering portion of that included a review of existing information and literature conducted in 2021. That data was presented at the initial study report meeting last fall. And then phase 2 surveys to document distribution of the species of concern, and phase 3 assessment was conducted in 2022. And that's what we'll be talking about today. A little bit more background, going back to the initial study report last fall. The paddlefish analysis was presented, and it was determined that no additional year 2 studies were necessary for the paddlefish component. Neosho smallmouth bass, the results of that literature review were presented, and no additional phase 2 studies were proposed. For Neosho Madtom, the literature review concluded that phase 2 survey should be conducted in the Neosho River. And then for Neosho Mucket, the GRDA team proposed phase 2 surveys in the Elk River. For rabbit's foot and winged maple leaf, neither of those species were determined to be in the project area, and no targeted surveys were conducted for those species. GRDA responded to ISR comments in December of 2021, and then following that, in February of 2022, FERC issued the year 2 study plan determination. And FERC recommended that GRDA add surveys for Neosho Mucket in additional reaches identified by Fish and Wildlife Service. Those included the Spring River between Warren Branch and the confluence with the Neosho River, and the Neosho River between the city of Miami and the confluence with the Spring River. They also recommended consultation with Fish and Wildlife Service, eco-analysts, and Tar Creek Trustee Council on mussel survey design, and recommended adding surveys for Neosho Madtom and portions of the Spring River. So in spring of 2022, the GRDA team prepared a proposed mussel survey methodology and shared that with Fish and Wildlife and the other agencies. Each reviewer provided comments on this survey design, and these comments were reviewed and addressed in the final survey design. These surveys were then conducted in summer 2022, and the phase 3 analysis followed. And that brings us to today, GRDA has filed the updated study report summarizing those results, and that's what we're going to discuss today. So before we get into results and discussion, I want to touch briefly on the phase 2 survey methods. Starting with the Neosho Mucket surveys, we surveyed 3 areas in 2022. Those included the Elk River from the Oklahoma-Missouri state line to the Buffalo Creek confluence, the Spring River from Warren Branch to the confluence with the Neosho, and then Neosho from Riverside Park in Miami to the confluence with the Spring River. We implemented a 3-phase survey method in July of 2022. Phase 1 of that methodology was to identify any potential Neosho Mucket habitat. So a habitat assessment was conducted by trained mycologists based on descriptions of Neosho Mucket habitat in the literature and previous experience. And then within these areas, qualitative time searches were conducted. These time searches are the best approach for detecting rare species. We conducted a minimum of 3 person-hours per site and bumped that up to 5 person-hours if live mussels were detected. Dive gear was used to access deeper areas, and then these surveys would immediately transition into phase 3 quantitative surveys if listed mussels were detected. The quantitative quadrat surveys were used to assess the density of listed species if they were present, and involved excavation of multiple quarter-meter quadrats per site. Moving on to the MADTOM surveys. MADTOM project areas were slightly different from the mussel areas. We surveyed the Spring River from the I-44 bridge downstream to Highway 10, and the Neosho River from the Craig-Ottawa County border downstream to the Highway 60 bridge. Within these areas, sampling focused on riffles and gravel bars with gravel and cobble substrates, as these are the areas where Neosho MADTOMs are typically found. And we use kick seining, where we kick and splash and disturb the substrate upstream of a stationary seine. This is effective in capturing MADTOMs and other benthic fishes in swift-flowing habitats. Spring River surveys were conducted in July of 2022 at approximately 605 CFS, which is below the median flow there of 725 that time of year. However, surveys in the Neosho were postponed at that time. Flows were over 2,000 CFS at the time, well above the median, and the study team felt that high flows might have influenced our sampling results. So those Neosho River surveys were eventually completed in August of 2022 at approximately 171 CFS. All fishes were identified as species, measured and enumerated, and then substrate composition and current velocity was quantified at each sampling location. So I'm about halfway through the presentation here. Probably a good time to stop for questions if there are any on the introductory material or the study methods.
I don't see any hands raised, so you can go on.
Okay, I'll move on to survey results. I'll start with the Neosho Mucket surveys in the Elk River. Again, just reminding everybody, we sampled approximately 1 mile study area from the state line down to the Buffalo Creek confluence. We found 3 riffle run complexes within this reach that were identified as potential Neosho Mucket habitat. We also sampled 2 deeper pool areas in between those riffle areas for a total of 17 person-hours of total survey effort at 5 locations. And we observed 1 plain pocketbook was the only live mussel collected.
Within the Spring River study area, this one was approximately 10.5 river miles long and went from Warren Branch down to the confluence. We identified 2 riffle run complexes above Highway 10 with gravel cobble substrates that could be potential neosho mucket habitat. And we also sampled 2 deeper silt-dominated areas, kind of reservoir-like areas downstream, just to cover the study area. We sampled a total of 20 person hours at these 4 locations, collected mussels at each location. 38 individual mussels of 8 species were observed, with species like bluefur and pink paper shell being the most abundant. No listed mussels were detected. In the Neosho River study area, again, this one was about 13 river miles long, went from Riverside Park in Miami down to the confluence. This area is deep and silt dominated, so no potential neosho mucket habitat was identified, but we did sample at 4 locations to document the community present. 20 person hours of total effort at these 4 locations, and we observed 149 individual mussels of 10 species. Again, bluefur being the most abundant species. Other common species included fragile paper shell, 3-horned wartyback, and no listed mussels were observed. So overall, our neosho mucket surveys identified no potential habitat within the Neosho River study area, limited amounts within the upper portions of the Spring River study area and the Elk River. We conducted a total of 57 person hours of survey effort at 13 sites. Observed almost, 188 mussels from 12 species, and no listed mussels were collected. The most common species collected included generalist or lentic adapted species such as bluefur, fragile paper shell, pink paper shell, flat floater, and 3-horned wartyback. Moving on to our Mad Tom surveys. Again, the Mad Tom segment in the Spring River was a little different, went from I-44 downstream to Warren Branch. Within this area, we sampled 4 riffle complexes. I used 5 kick-seine stations per complex. We collected a total of 343 fishes from 18 species, and neosho mad toms were not observed within the Spring River. Within the Neosho River, we sampled from the Craig, Ottawa County line down to near Miami, sampled 7 habitats, riffle run complexes, 5 kick stations per riffle. We collected 575 fish representing 21 species, and we observed 13 neosho mad toms at 5 of the 7 sites surveyed. One thing to point out here is that they were most common at the upstream sites near the Craig, Ottawa County line, and then occurrence of mad toms decreased at the downstream sites. So now I want to talk a little bit about the comprehensive model results and how those relate to the species of concern. The maps I'm showing here are inundation maps. The light green line represents baseline conditions, and the dark green line represents anticipated operations. And when you look at this in the Twin Bridges area near the confluence of the 2 rivers, you see that there are minor changes to inundation levels in these areas. But as we work upstream into the more channelized riverine segments of the study area, you'll notice that you only see the dark green line on the edge of the river here, and that is that's because it's It's essentially on top of the two lines are on top of one another, suggesting there's minimal change to inundation within this area. We also looked at velocity changes, specifically at the Neosho Madtom sampling locations. And here you see a table showing those changes. So these are section average velocities under baseline operations and anticipated operations, and showing the difference between the two. And as you can see, differences in water velocity in these areas range from negative 0.01 to negative 0.22 feet per second. So, in conclusion, we'll go through each species separately here, starting with Neosho smallmouth bass. Based on the literature review and agency coordination, Neosho smallmouth bass are not known to occur within Grand Lake. None were observed during our 2022 surveys. Changes to inundation and velocity are minimal within the area, and so therefore no impacts to Neosho smallmouth bass are expected from project operations. Regarding the Neosho Madtom, Madtoms were not documented within the Spring River, but were located at 5 of 7 sites within the Neosho River study area. They were most common within upstream portions of the area near Craig, Ottawa County line, and occurrence decreased in downstream areas. The model results suggest negligible change to inundation in this channelized upstream portion of the project area. And they also suggest minimal changes to current velocity in these areas due to anticipated project operations. So any impact of the proposed action on Neosho Madtoms is expected to be negligible. For Neosho Mucket, our habitat assessments identified limited amounts of potential Neosho Mucket habitat within the Elk and Spring River study areas, and none within the Neosho River study area. Despite over 57 person-hours of effort at 13 sites and collection of 188 individual mussels, no Neosho Mucket were detected. Given this, and the fact that CSGM model results suggest negligible changes to inundation and current velocity, no impacts to Neosho Mucket are expected due to project operations. For winged maple leaf, this kind of goes back to our 2021 literature review. Based on that, the only known Oklahoma population of winged maple leaf is in the Little River of southeastern Oklahoma. The species is not known to occur in the project area, and none were observed during our 2022 surveys. Therefore, no impacts to winged maple leaf are expected from project operations. And then lastly, the rabbit's foot literature review identified that rabbit's foot are known from upstream sections of the Spring and Neosho, but are considered extirpated from Oklahoma portion of these rivers. U.S. Fish and Wildlife's most recent 5-year review acknowledges that the Spring River is historic range, but there is no extant population here. Rabbit's foot have not been documented in the Spring or Neosho rivers within Oklahoma, including during our 2022 surveys, and therefore no impacts to rabbit's foot are expected due to project operations. And that's all I have, so we'll take any questions at this point.
Does anyone have any questions? Walker?
Yeah, just quickly, you said with respect to a couple of the species that the CHM shows that changes in the water velocity would be negligible. And I was just wondering if you could clarify, is that your judgment with respect to those species as to the, import of the CHM results, or is that a judgment that was made by the CHM folks and given to you?
That's my judgment, that's the aquatic team's judgment based on our familiarity with these species and the changes that were shown given from the hydraulic model.
Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Kevin Stubbs?
I just want to bring up that within the Spring River, there's not a whole lot of these species that are likely to be very abundant. The contamination in that has reduced the abundance of a lot of species, but it doesn't mean that they aren't there. They're just potentially there in low abundance, especially like with the mad tom. We have some known occurrences within that area anyway. But they're like surveys that would, find one. So it's, one different one could have gotten you a negative survey there. And if your license is going to be a long-term license, then it should factor in that
Kevin, you've muted yourself.
anything, but so I'm saying the habitat conditions there should improve over time. And the likelihood of some of those species being able to reestablish or move downstream are probable over time.
Noted.
Okay. Anything else, Kevin?
I don't have the lead for these species. I'm gonna have to run this information past my species leads and see what they think about these results.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll switch gears to terrestrial.
Looks like we just got another.
Oh, sorry, I've got another question as I stood up. Adam here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so in the report, you state that the inundation map show a non-discernible change in the inundation between the baseline operations and anticipated operations. I was wondering whether you could point to any specific numbers that you're referring to when you're saying non-discernible.
So I believe that statement is in reference to the maps that I showed, in particular near in the upstream portions of these study areas where the mad tom was observed, and those anticipated and baseline operations, those lines for inundation essentially overlap one another. So I think that's where that's what we're referring to there.
Right. I guess I'm just wondering, do you have any specific numbers that you could point out that could document what those differences actually are? Because there are differences. You're saying there are differences, but they're just not discernible from the map.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers,
Okay.
but that's
But those are numbers that you could get, right?
certainly.
Okay. I think just one other question. When you map those differences in elevation between baseline and anticipated operations during the spawning season, use the period from May 15th to July 8th. I guess, is there any reason you didn't include the paddlefish spawning season, which I believe is March through April?
Well, paddlefish were not included in the year 2 studies because the determination was made in the ISR process that paddlefish studies were complete.
Okay. I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding when you're referring to the spawning season. What species are you referring to?
I'm unclear, I guess, on your question there. Could you?
Well, I guess in the updated study, in the upstream hydraulic model report, there was a section in there regarding some of the aquatic species, how some of the data was transferred to the aquatic species reports. You looked at this, you looked at the spawning season, and you indicated that, you used the surrogate species of largemouth bass. And based on that, you concluded that the spawning season would be May 15th to July 8th. And then you used flow data from that period, differences in inundation between baseline and anticipated operations. I guess I'm wondering, the surrogate was largemouth bass, but what species was that supposed to represent in terms of the species at the project?
I think that was used as a surrogate for Neosho smallmouth bass.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Kevin, you have your hand raised again. Do you want to ask your follow-up question?
Yes, I do. We would like to see more of a map or illustration of what areas of these streams would be, affected by the proposed, rural curve changes. Even this is obviously focusing on where you found listed species or where, habitat is for those, but I'd be interested in seeing, visually what's the difference between your proposed actions and current actions. So, obviously there's big portions of the year now where, the rural curve would have you operating around, 742. If you were at, say, 744 to 745, how much difference would that make in what length of those rivers was more stream habitat versus reservoir habitat?
I think it might be helpful if I jump in here. This is Jesse Petrowski with the H&H study. So the maps that we generated for the aquatic species team actually speak directly to that, because we are looking directly at the differences between baseline and anticipated operations. And we are considering the period from 2004 to 2019, the period of record.
Okay, so you're saying you can produce these, I guess, maps that are illustrating what I'm asking for?
I apologize. What I'm saying is we have generated those maps, and those are included as an appendice in the upstream hydraulic model report, and we provided those to the aquatic species study team. But I think if you take a look in that appendice, you will find what you're looking for.
Okay.
I believe it's Appendix I, if memory serves.
Okay.
Anything else, Kevin?
That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Walker, you still have your hand raised to stop from earlier, or do you have any question?
Another quick question. That was, you were talking about the what you called the indiscernible difference between the lines on the inundation mapping. And I was just hoping you could clarify what parameter those were mapping. Is that maximum depth of inundation? And is that the most important parameter to be looking at for the relevant species?
Those are the lentic loadic maps generated by the H&H team. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse, is those represent an average condition based on inflows and lake levels.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the group before I move to terrestrial? Okay.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Rainwater with Horizon Environmental Services, and I'm presenting on the terrestrial species study for the Pensacola hydroelectric project. I'm also presenting on behalf of Dr. Martin from Rogers State University, who did the bat analysis for this project. For the first study year for the American Burying Beetle Survey, we coordinated with Fish and Wildlife Service to ensure that we've placed our 6 traps in representative areas to get a sampling of the entire area as best we could, representative sampling. For the final study season, we coordinated with Kevin and made sure that we hit all of the sites that he also wanted to make sure got hit, including the wildlife management areas and the Cold Creek mitigation site. The presence absence surveys ran from July 18th, 2022 to July 23rd, 2022, following the Fish and Wildlife Service survey protocols. The weather parameters were valid and no ABBs were captured. The 2022 survey results mirror the 2021 ABB survey results, as there were no ABBs captured then either. The purpose of the anticipated effects analysis is to compare distribution of beetles to inundation maps generated by the comprehensive hydraulic model to characterize the effects of anticipated operations of Pensacola hydroelectric project operations. So the GRD team developed maps showing areas of potential lentic or loadic conversion, which could impact the habits of the ABB. And the seasonal review period included the full calendar year, as the beetles don't really move too far. For both anticipated operations and baseline operations, the seasonal median operational level and inflows were simulated in the CHM. The maximum inundation was virtually identical for anticipated and baseline operations because the maximum inundation boundary occurs when the Corps of Engineers is in flood control operations, and it's not an effect of the GRDA baseline or anticipated operations. Therefore, to analyze the impacts of the baseline versus the anticipated project operations, the normal inundations are used because they occur on such a regular basis that a habitat conversion can occur versus just a regular inundation. The comparison of the baseline and anticipated project operations yielded a total of 2.79% terrestrial habitat that may become aquatic habitat as a result of the anticipated operations. Shoreline habitat is not suitable for ABB overwintering and it's poor foraging habitat. And so obviously these conversions happen along the shoreline. According to the Fish and Wildlife Service comprehensive survey data from all permitted biologists from 1979 to 2018, no ABBs have been found in Delaware or Ottawa counties, nor within the vicinity of the project area in Mays or Craig counties. Despite the expectation that there could be some suitable ABB habitat along the shoreline that might be converted to aquatic habitat, there's no reasonable expectation that ABBs are or have been using the habitat. Thus, it is GRDA's opinion that the ABB will not be affected by anticipated operations. For the final study season for the gray bat, the purpose is to assess the degree to which anticipated project operations under the new license would inundate the main entrance to Beaver Dam Cave and compare the frequency of inundation with that associated with the baseline operations. Beaver Dam Cave in Delaware County is adjacent to Drowning Creek, a tributary of Grand Lake, and is within the maximum inundation area on the Linton conversion maps. Twin Cave is also located in Delaware County, about 1 kilometer from the Grand Lake, with an elevation precluding any threat of inundation. It's also outside of the maximum inundation area on the Linton conversion maps. Complete inundation of the cave passage of DL2 occurs at about elevation 752 feet, Pensacola data. In October of 2008, a small high passage within cave DL2 was identified and minimally excavated and enlarged. Additional excavation and enlargement of the second high passage was completed in October 2013. An inspection of the passage following a flood event in the summer of 2015, and again during this project period in 2022, revealed scattered guano in the enlarged passage, indicating use by bats. The post-inundation monitoring visit to the cave on the 27th of June 2022 failed to give any indication that take had occurred as a result of inundation in early May 2022. The data shows that the size and status of the DL2 colony remains relatively constant for the past 25 years. And for both anticipated operations and baseline operations, the seasonal median operational level and inflows were simulated in the CHM. The seasonal period reviews span from April 1st to July 31st. The second product of the CHM for the terrestrial species study was specific to the gray bat analysis and provided percentage of time the reservoir would be above the key reservoir elevations of 746 PD, 751 PD, and 752 feet PD for both the baseline and anticipated project operations during the key season for gray bats of April 1st to July 31st. The percentages and their significance are displayed in this table, and showing that at 746 feet PD is the elevation at which water flows into the entrance of Beaver Dam Cave. Under baseline operations, this occurs 16.5% of the time. Under anticipated operations, 16.9% of the time, with percentage increase of 0.4%. At 751 feet PD, evacuation of the cave can occur. This, under baseline operations, occurs 2.9% of the time. Under anticipated operations, 2.7% of the time, and obviously it's a decrease. At 752 feet PD, complete inundation of the cave entrance occurs. And under baseline operations, that's 1.9%. Anticipated operations, 1.9%. So there's no increase. Conclusions are that for the ABB, the affected habitat is poor habitat. Or potentially affected habitat is poor habitat. There are no ABB captures associated with the 2 years of studies that we've done, and there's no historic records of ABB captures within the project area. So anticipated operations will not affect ABB, in our opinion. For the bats, the secondary exit suffices to provide an alternative access by gray bats to Cave DL2. Regardless of the efficacy of the alternative access, the entrance to Cave DL2 does not become completely inundated to elevations 751 feet PD and greater. Complete inundation is at 752 feet PD. Any more frequently under the anticipated project operations, and it becomes inundated under the baseline project operations. Therefore, there is no impact to gray bats for under continued operations, proposed operations of the project. That is it.
Walker, you still have your hand raised. Is that from earlier or is it a new question?
That was from earlier. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Are there any other questions? Kevin, go ahead.
So if somebody could explain to me how or why you would not have any more frequent inundation if your starting elevation was potentially higher.
Hey Kevin, I think that's probably a question that's best answered by someone on the H&H study team. And so what we're looking at here in regard to seasonality and timing for the biological assessments is we are looking at the period of record from 2004 to 2019, both under anticipated operations and under baseline operations. And so we're looking at that entire stretch of time and looking statistically at the median. And so we are not artificially holding a higher or a lower water surface elevation during that time.
Well, it seems to me there certainly could be a higher elevation during that time, especially when they have pups. If your rule curve previously, let's say you were supposed to be at 752 and your new operating guidance allowed you to be up to 745. I see potential for increased impacts or increased water levels. So if someone could explain to me why that wouldn't happen, I'd love to hear it. The other issue that is even more important, though, is that this terrestrial study did not address all the species you needed to address. The northern long-eared bat has been listed for quite a while. I'm not sure why it wasn't addressed in this. And then we just proposed the tricolor bat. All these bats use caves. Now, I'm not saying that, this DL2, I don't know how likely it is that either one of these species would be using that cave, but they do use caves during the winter. But the bigger issue is where they are in the summer. And so the other two species of bats are out they're using the timber, they're using the trees during the summer. And so you definitely have potential for storage of floodwaters to, flood some of that timber and therefore flood some of the spaces they're using, some of these bats are using, especially during the pup season when they can't fly. That could mean you could be killing some of these bats. And we have a formal consultation already with the Corps addressing this potential take for northern long-eared bats for a good share of their reservoirs. Unfortunately, it does not cover Grand Lake. So I'm saying there is potential for take of those species that needs to be addressed. I'm not discounting any of the information for the American burying beetle or the species you did cover, but I'm not sure why you didn't cover the other species. They would certainly show up if you did a species list under our IPAC system. And then the other species that should have been considered, we also are the lead agency for migratory birds. And so, during the nesting season, if you're impounding a bunch of these areas, you could obviously be taking eggs or chicks of birds that are nesting. So that's another potential impact anyway. All of those things could or should be addressed in any of the assessment of your project-related impacts.
Kevin, the tricolor bat is not part of the study plan. And Dr. Martin is on the phone and can probably address the northern long-eared bat better than I can, but our focus is on the cave. And my understanding is the northern long-eared bats aren't using it.
Kevin, this is Sean Pouzin. I have not looked it up here because I'm trying to listen to your entire question or your several questions here. But I believe that the northern long-eared bat was talked about in the early phases of developing the study plan. And I believe it was determined that no additional study during the study seasons was required for the bat, the northern long-eared bat. And as I think I explained yesterday, I tried to explain yesterday that what we're talking about right now is not the end of the analyses that we need to do as part of the relicensing process. These are just the studies that need to be conducted. And it was determined at the time that all of this was developed in consultation, and I believe you provided some comments too, that we would study specifically the gray bat because there was not enough existing information to do any kind of analysis. So that's what we're talking about here today. Regarding the northern long-eared bat, that will have to be analyzed as part of the draft license application, but we believe that there is enough information for us to do an assessment on that for the license application. I'm trying to think what else. There were several comments. I think the other thing I want to point out too is that we can't lose sight of the fact that all of these elevations that we're talking about that impact the bat occur at a time when the Corps is in charge of flood control for that. I think the other thing that I wanted to mention was that it was also, it's not unfathomable to me to believe that the reservoir elevations do not change significantly as part of the proposed operation, because again, these occur at times when the impacts to the gray bat occur at times when the Corps is in charge of the operation of the project. Also, at operation below 745, when GRDA is in control, they have certain things that dictate how they operate too. And those are not going to change regarding the newer anticipated operation. For instance, one of their major concerns is the generation of electric power, and that's still going to remain one of their key objectives in operation in the future. That's not going to change. So even though that there may be a opportunity in removing the rule curve, they're still going to operate between 742 and 745 as they have before, still have the same goals that they had before in operation of the project. So it's not unfathomable to me that the operation would not change. And I think further, as we've talked about here almost in exhaustion, that their operation has very little, I think we've used the term immaterial impact on the water surface elevations, maximum water surface elevations. So I guess long story short is I'm not surprised that the frequency of inundation of the entrances of the caves has essentially not changed.
Well, I understand that, but I certainly, like, they're near the cave. I would think if the starting elevation was, let's say, several feet higher when you had an inflow event, that it would have potential to affect, how the elevation at that cave entrance. Maybe I'm wrong, but earlier studies that were done indicated that was likely. The other thing is this information that was presented yesterday showed that the initial, lake elevation did have some effect on areas that were inundated. Even if it's a small percentage or whatever, in some cases it was at least hundreds of acres and sometimes thousands, well over 1,000. So if you have bats using habitat around that area and let's say you flood an extra 1,000 acres or so, you can't be sure you didn't, cause some take or flood some bat habitat. You seem to be focused on the wrong objective. There seems to be an emphasis here that we're not having any effect, and even if the effect is minor, it doesn't mean no effect. Under the Section 7 consultation regulations for ESA is federal agencies have to consult on any adverse effects, even if those adverse effects are small, and any level of take requires consultation and a permit. So even if your impacts are small, you just have to quantify those and come to us, and through a consultation, you can get those things covered under your incidental take portion of the biological opinion. But otherwise, you're in violation of ESA. So I would say, don't emphasize or focus too much on trying to say you're having no effect. Even if the effects are minor, just come to us with those effects and we can deal with it through the consultation.
Yeah, Kevin, this is Chuck Sensiva, and I really appreciate that comment. And I think that it's just worth pointing out that and really similar to what Sean said just a moment ago, we're just reporting out on the studies that the commission has asked us to do. There's other information that's useful, that's out there, that will be relied on. As part of the application that GRDA needs to prepare, there will be an assessment from the applicant related to the effects of the proposed action on listed species. And we fully expect the commission to review what we have to say, add anything else that the commission has, and to go through the Section 7 consultation process in due course. All we're talking about right now is the results of the studies that we conducted, and the conclusions that we reached aren't intended to drive any sort of effects determination under Section 7. That's an issue between the commission and the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay. If you just investigate at least in a better detail, the flooding frequency for the cave, considering different options for starting elevations, we can address that more fully through whatever consultation we do. And I think Stephanie is right. It's probably not the kind of cave you would get much use for northern long-eared bats. I'm not so sure about tricolors.
Anything else, Kevin?
Well, that's it for now. Although I will add, there's been additional information for the Neosho smallmouth bass that indicates they're far more threatened than what we maybe would have thought before. So if you're looking at potential things to happen over your license period, I would strongly consider there could be petitions or listing actions related to that species.
Okay. Walker, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. And this gets to some of the discussions about, depth or frequency of inundation. I just want to clarify. I thought I understood that for this study, what was compared was baseline versus anticipated project operations. So again, 2015 rule curve versus what GRDA wants to do, and not a wider range of surface elevations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And thank you. And then my other question was, in the discussion of how, the entrance to the cave at 751, 752, and the, again, emphasis on the fact that the core is, in control of the, operational decisions at those elevations. Would I be right in understanding then, we heard a lot about the operations model and the flood routing model yesterday. And so I presume that the inundation information in this study would have been what was coming out of the flood routing model and the operations model from the H&H study. Is that right?
Okay. Did you want to add to that? Or,
I'm sorry, is the question, is the information coming from the ops model and the CHM?
Yeah. That's my understanding. I'm just trying to confirm that.
Correct.
Yeah, and so to the extent there might be challenges with how well those models are representing, actual operations when under core control, that would translate into, those kind of frequency determinations and things at those lake elevations with respect to this study, wouldn't they?
Walker, I would say that nothing is going to change the fact that at 751, 752, so on, that the core is in control. So if there's something that changes with the operations model or the CHM, nothing will change the core's control.
I don't think that was what I asked.
Can maybe you repeat your question then, Walker?
Sure. Just to the extent that for example, the frequency of inundation type analysis at elevations under core control, wouldn't it be true that to the extent the operations model and flood routing model may not always represent core directed operations well, those issues would roll into the analysis for which those outputs are used in this study, wouldn't they?
So are you trying to say that if you invalidate our work on the H&H study, this study would also be invalidated? Is that, broadly speaking, the question that's being asked?
No, I think I asked my question.
Well, I go back, and maybe we're just not understanding it, Walker, and for that I apologize, but the model is an analytical tool that is intended to be a representation, as accurate as we can get it, but certainly not fully accurate, of the real world. But in some sense, your question is a real world one, which is, will it change, will the, could the results actually change relative to 751 and 752? At least that's how I heard it. And so I think that Jesse's response, and I would agree with it, would be, regardless of what the model tells us, we know in real life that when reservoir levels are at the 751 and 752 level, that's an effect of the Corps' operation for flood control. It's beyond GRDA's operations. And again, maybe you were asking a different question, but that's how I heard it.
Well, no, that's helpful. So I guess I'd ask then, are you taking that one step further and to say it's therefore beyond what the relicensing process should look at?
Well, it's a good question because, in terms of whether, let's say, a flooding event may have, may cause, or let me say it a little bit differently, to the extent that it can be shown that the Corps of Engineers directives relative to water levels at Grand Lake cause, say, overbank flooding, and that could have an effect on a listed species, I would say absolutely that is outside the scope of this relicensing, because in those particular circumstances, it's not part of GRDA's actions. It's not part of the proposed action here. Rather, those are operations of the Corps of Engineers. That's a separate federal action, and it has to do with the Corps' flood control manual, which is not something that's at issue here. And if those operations under the Corps' flood control manual have some sort of effect on a listed species, that's an issue between the Corps and the Fish and Wildlife Service, and it's not an issue between GRDA or FERC and the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, actually. That is a helpful clarification on your position. So thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Kevin, you saw your hand raised. Do you have something else to add, or is that from earlier?
That's just from earlier.
Okay. Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, we will switch over to wetlands and riparian.
Hello, my name is Scott Flesher with Horizon Environmental Services. I'm here to present on the wetlands and riparian habitat study. This first slide is to represent the revised study area and to show the areas that we completed. We used the U.S. Fish and Wildlife NWI data, the GRDA's wildlife management areas, and also the comprehensive hydrologic model data to identify, display, and describe current composition of wetlands and riparian communities within the study area. We use this data to develop a GIS data set to have the extent, classification, and also the acreages of those areas for the wetlands, riparian habitats, and the WMAs. For the purpose of the study area, Horizon used the wetland and riparian baseline and anticipated inundation boundaries extents provided by Mead and Hunt, and clipped them to the wetlands, riparian areas, and the WMA polygons to produce a data set for analysis. Horizon used this data set to assess for potential impacts to wetlands, riparian areas, and also the WMAs for the potential change in inundation occurring in the study. This next slide represents the area that was clipped for the data set. The database provided 160.78 acres of wetland types, 2.7 acres of riparian habitat, and 28.54 acres of WMAs from the study area. We further did a breakdown with the wetland habitats. These types are provided on this both the list. 5.88 acres of emerging wetlands, 33.67 acres of scrub shrub wetlands, 119.24 acres of forest wetlands, and 1.97 acres of open water. These two figures that you see on the slide are used to represent kind of the upper reaches of the lake, more of the riverine sections, and also the one on the right, which is more of the larger body of the lake, closer to the dam. The main takeaway that we have from this is similar to what we've discussed, is the very close distance between the baseline operation to the anticipated operation. It seems very narrow as you go up and down the shoreline for these wetlands and riparian areas. So the area on the left, and there was probably 30 or 40 slides, so I just chose two of the most representative ones that we had. So So for discussion conclusions, the anticipated operations during the wetland growing season from March 3rd to November 2nd under the new licensings will result in water level fluctuation ranging from 742 to 745 PD or 3 feet. Whereas the baseline operation have resulted in frequent water level fluctuations ranging from 741 to 745, about 4 feet. After reviewing the CHM model, conducting a desktop review, no major deviations in the water elevations, inundations were observed for the wetland riparian areas and WMAs from the baseline operations to the anticipated operation. Therefore, it's determined that no field verifications will be warranted. Furthermore, based on the result of the CMH model, GIS database analysis, and our desktop review, it was determined that anticipated operation, the GRD project, will have no significant effect on wetlands, riparian areas, and WMAs within the state. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for Scott on wetlands? Kevin?
Yeah, my understanding was that you modeled your, I guess, anticipated projections, that you would have more of a, I guess, an average elevation of more like 743 point something. And I'm assuming, there'd be potential for, water elevations. If you were at 744, for example, you wouldn't be aggressively chasing it back down to 742 like you do with existing little curve conditions, or at least part of the year. Wouldn't those have the potential to affect water levels in at least some wetlands near the lake?
To defer to the CMHA model for about more detailed information about the water level, but we were provided areas to assess between the anticipated and the baseline, and that's where we came to our conclusion. But more to the detail of your level changes, I can answer that.
Yeah. So, Kevin, I understand the question that you're asking, and just want to make sure I consider my answer and make it as concise as possible. And sometimes GRDA, I think you said, they may be operating higher than they would today, and sometimes they would be potentially operating lower than they would today, and that's going to be based on market conditions, and I think we've been pretty upfront about that. The goal here and why we are simulating the period of record from 2004 to 2019 is that we're trying to look at the reason we're looking at that full period of record is we're trying to look at that median trend. It's the most helpful way to look at the situation, and I guess that's all I've got to say. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
But have you looked at potential seasonal differences maybe? The timing and the duration of inundation can have a huge effect on your vegetation in a wetland.
And that's exactly why we incorporated the seasonality component as required, the timing component, synonymous with seasonality as required in FERC's study plan determination, or their most recent determination, to look at the critical timing for the wetland and riparian habitat study.
Okay, I'll look at it more closely.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on wetlands? Okay, I think in the interest of time, we're going to skip the public summary for the cultural resources and close the public portion of the meeting and start with the non-public portion. Brian, do you want to close us out? Yeah.
Just thanks everyone for your participation. We've had good discussions today, and we look forward to seeing your comments.
All right, if there are no other questions or comments, we will end this meeting and start the non-public cultural resources one. Thank you all.